Landscapes of China and Japan by Wenceslau de Moraes in the bustling chaos of bohemian life, amidst the succession of days and scenes, it happens that facts, things, individuals, summoned by a weary memory, gradually lose their intense qualities, their outlines, their unique features, drifting away from reality like a watercolor page faded, loose and floating in space, carried by the breezes, eventually dissolving into a generic, vague, indefinable emotion longing. To these two great longings, Camilo Pesanha and Joel Vasco, I dedicate this book. Kobe, April 10, 1901. The Butterflies to J. Maria de Essa, The Legend of the Butterflies. Oh, how beautiful are butterflies! Whoever sees them cannot help but desire them wandering through the azure fields, skimming fresh blooms, loving and kissing each other, freed from their abject larva, like naked lovers escaping earthly woe, soaring into the infinite. Oh, how beautiful are butterflies, but in China they may be even more stunning than anywhere else. It's a sight to behold, catching them in the stillness of forest, flying in pairs, touching and embracing each other, weaving their way through the mysterious shadows of bamboos, with their long, fluttering wings, shimmering in hues of velvety black, tender blue, warm yellow as if madcap vestals, done silk robes or precious silks. Chok in Toy, the delightful Chok in Toy, once dwelt in a peaceful village on the Yangs, Kayang, not far from what is now known as Shanghai. As she was much given to literary studies and found her school's education insufficient, she persuaded her parents to allow her to disguise herself as a man, and thus set off to attend the most famous university of the empire. After 3 years, she returned home pure as before, her innocence as irrefutable proof. To avoid digressing too much in these pages, let me simply say that a white silk handkerchief she buried in the mud in front of a cousin predisposed to foretell dire events was later recovered without a single stain, or pin white and pure as the maiden's soul, and know that the flowers she left in her garden, begging the gods to keep them fresh as she was, remained so during her long absence, although, as it happens, her cousin watered them with hot water from the kettle during those 3 years. From his studies, a companion named Loon San Pak became intimately attached to him. He was his inseparable comrade, his brother. They slept together, conversed together, studied together, rambled and dreamed together, and the young man never noticed that he had a woman by his side. Figure when the time for departure came, it broke their hearts to see the boy lamenting the future isolation, the loss of such a friend. The girl consoled him. She placed her gentle hands on his shoulders and urged him to be brave, to dedicate himself to study, and he achieved a high level of wisdom. And then, she said between tears, afterwards, if you still remember me with longing, come visit me in my village. She gave him precise directions. They parted, weeping. The maiden waited, and waited who could describe that torment. Keeping her family secret, the young man did not appear. According to the customs of the land, the parents had chosen a husband for her, and she, the heartbroken one, a slave to filial obedience, which is the foundation of the entire moral life of Chinese people, bowed down, accepted, without uttering a single complaint. 3 days after the betrothal contract, poor Loon San Pak arrived at the village, poor because misfortune was closing in on him, but rich in erudition and a cultured soul, occupying a prominent position. He found his friend, his brother, but now, without any disguises, in the full grace of her feminine allure, in the gentle elegance of her clothing, adorned with a garland of flowers in her black braid. At first this enigma, slowly explained, confused and disoriented him. But everything became clear. From friendship to love was a quick leap. Oh! She loves him now. She loves him with all the strength of her being, and in her fiery gaze, 1,000 mysteries of adoration and desire are revealed. It's too late. The word given to the happy groom is not broken. The old parents value honor above all else. She departs. She goes to a nearby place, crazy, with her soul soaked in the bitter despair. Still, she is the obedient sweet pigeon trying to console him. She writes to him. She tells him that life is not eternal, that filial piety has dragged her into a union that only foretells pain and tears, but that souls are free, migrating from one body to another, incarnating in other beings, that he should calm down, wait for another existence, which she promises to be his companion, with all fidelity and love. Lun San Pak reads the letter, makes a ball of it where her beautiful hand had rested so long, and swallows it, suffocating himself with it, exhaling his last breath in solitude. A little further up the mountain, his grave was raised. Festive drums sound, gala fires sparkle in the air, filled with joy, and along the winding road, here and there adorned with bamboo and banana trees, bathed in the midday sun's golden light, gleams the monumental procession of the betrothal on its way to the happy home. The style from 1,000 years ago, in the same style as today, it's the giant balloons, the bannons, guided by boys dressed in red. It's the exquisite wash basins, the saddles, the collection of tiny shoes, all arranged in gleaming litters, adorned with polished enamel work. It's the colossal confections, sugar castles, dragon candies, amazing things. There are roasted pigs, golden and delicious, spread out on trays with ribbon bows tied around their snouts. It's the strident orchestras, flutes, rebecks, children dressed in Satan in allegories of scenes from bygone eras, riding oversized animals. Finally, the bride's litter, all gold and enamel, locked like a chest, concealing the precious cargo, chock in toy from curious onlookers. The bride asks the procession to make a brief detour in their march. Before entering her new home and becoming a wife and slave, she wants to approach that forgotten tomb high in the mountain and pray beside the remains of those who died for her. Who would deny her this permission? She descends from her litter in her dazzling saddles, and she kneels and kisses the earth. The ground gently opens up. Mother, the earth receives her, beckons to her, calls her close to the bones of her beloved. The astonished crowd watches the miracle unfold. Hands reach out to touch it, but only manage to gather a piece of her dress which tears, and that's all. That fragment of silk, in 1,000 shades, suddenly transforms into a butterfly with 1,000 colors fluttering from their rough hands, and disappears into the blue poof. Since then, there have been butterflies in this world, so beautiful, so rich in hues. I'm not telling you a lie, my friends. Even today, one can still see that tome crumbling after centuries of those loving ones. And the rejected wives continue to make pilgrimage there, filling their hands with sacred earth from that blessed land and serving it disguised as rice to their husbands. It is said that this strange spice, this soil, which in some way partakes of the essence of the lovers buried there forever, has a healing power and can always guide errant souls back onto the right path. The purse to Henry Carvalhosa. Speaking of Japanese legend, long ago, and perhaps even today, at the heart of the ocean lay the fabulous kingdom of dragons. For many years, the ruler of this kingdom, the royal dragon, lived a celibate existence in a careless manner. Only the gods know how many nights of revelry he spent with sea turtles and quick-witted lobsters, singing laments to the sound of the shamisen while they served him rich cups of sake. How many nights did he spend in clandestine amorous intimacies? Fading verdant memories. One beautiful day, this good sovereign decided to get married. The chosen bride was a young dragon maiden, just 16 years old, adorable, worthy by her 1,000 charms to be the happy consort of such a lord. The wedding celebrations were magnificent on that occasion, it is said, without dwelling on the intimate court. All the aquatic creatures, fish, mollusks, came processionally in schools, wearing beautiful crimson silk kimonos to offer their respects and gifts, and they continued for a long time. Days, splendid feast, dances and music. Figure but even dragons cannot escape the harsh trials of existence. Fortunately, not more than a month had passed when the august sovereign fell ill. Her condition inspired care from the very start, which was a pity to witness the dejected looks of noblemen whispering in lamentations about their duty regarding this unfortunate case. The doctors gathered for a conference. They spoke much and argued much without reaching an agreement, as is usually the case. They consulted ancient medical texts. The relentless quill scribbled 1,000,000 miraculous recipes, and all kinds of teas were brewed. All efforts proved futile. The sovereign was fading away, and finally, in a moment of compassion and despair, the wise ones had to admit that science, which, at that time, they constantly boasted about, could do no more, and that a dire outcome was expected. From her sick bed, among the soft silk sheets, the trembling queen moves her feeble paws. She calls her husband to her side and whispers these words in his ear. One thing alone can save me. Tear out the liver from a live monkey and let him devour it. I will regain my health. The king could not suppress a gesture of surprise, almost of anger, as his whiskers bristled. A monkey's liver? Are you mad, my dear? She promptly retorted, mad? Why, does your majesty forget that we, the great dragon people, live in the sea forever, while monkeys, far away from here, inhabit the land, forests and trees, feeding on fruits? Something in a monkey's liver will provide a connection to this world so different and strange that peculiar part, sir, will save me. And the queen, her eyes filled with tears, continues in a reproachful, sorrowful tone, such a small request. Nothing at all, I ask, but your majesty refuses it. I thought I deserved more of your affection. Remove these regal trappings, I don't want them. Give the crown to another wife, more worthy and beautiful. Let me return to my loving nest with my parents. Her voice choked with sobs. She cannot utter a single complaint any more. The king of the dragons would not be outdone among ladies by a cruel dragon. He well knew the whims of the fragile sex, but forgave them readily as part of his system. Above all, he adored his wife, and he wanted to spare her tears at any cost. Let the queen's whim be satisfied. Then he called for his most faithful and dedicated servant, the Orphareka, and said, I am going to give you a thorny task, my old friend, but I trust your unwavering dedication. You must undertake a long journey. Swim until you reach land, and there convince a monkey to come with you to my realms. Tell him about the magical beauty of these places, so different from his own, and the kindness of my happy subjects. But what I really want in this case is for you to tear out the liver from such a monkey's body and use it as medicine for your young mistress, who, as you well know, is on the brink of death, the poor soul. Figure here is the English translation, preserving the name Moraes go, beyond the ocean wind in poplars the otter, a loyal and proud emissary of its task. In those days, the otter, like any water creature, was a graceful animal with slender contours, a little head, bright eyes, small paws, and a talented, twitching tail, and it looked so good as a sailor. Off she goes beyond the ocean, a serene and contemplative gaze, breaking powerful waves with cold splashes. Not long after, it nears the land where monkeys dwell. Fortunately, there is another place nearby, a beautiful monkey swinging from branch to branch, hanging from trees that grow on cliffs and overlook the sea. Good day, Mr. Monkey. I've come here specifically to tell you about a distant country, even more beautiful than yours. It's located beyond the waves and is known as the Kingdom of Dragons. There are no seasons. The climate is always pleasant. There, in the lush tree canopies, velvety, delicious fruits constantly ripen. Just pick them. That's all. On top of that, these mischievous creatures called men never set foot in such places. If you'd like to come with me, I'll be your guide. You just need to jump from this branch onto my back. The monkey found it amusing to go see new countries. Here's another extravagance on the account of Simian Bohemia. Off we go. And they both set off, but halfway across, the monkey thought late about the daringness of his deed, exposing himself to a stranger's whim and abandoning his homeland. Finally, he decided to ask Tro, "What do you think they'll do with me in your land?" The otter should have been discreet, veiling her answers with evasions. But listen to what she replied, Try. "Tell you, my lord, the king of dragons commands Miser, monkey, to tear out his own liver, which will be served to our sovereign, who is ill today, and save her from death." Then the monkey, keeping silent about the comments that the case suggested, politely said it was an honor and a pleasure for him to become useful to his majesty. But he added that he now remembered leaving his liver hanging on a tree branch, that very chestnut from which he had leaped onto the otter's back. He continued speaking fluently, like an experienced orator, descending into detailed explanations, and he explained how the liver was a rather heavy, cumbersome thing, almost like a pilgrim's pack, an obstacle he usually set aside during the day to indulge more freely in his acrobatics. It was a family habit. Even his grandfather did the same, and he concluded that the best they could do at that moment was to turn back, and they would find the liver in question on the tree. Figure he made no objections to the swimmer. Back on land, the monkey leaped onto the chestnut with an agility never seen before, even among monkeys, accompanying the leap with a joyful face and a gesture that translated the joy of the delighted creature, something strange to the otter. She looked for her liver among the leaves. She couldn't find it. Then she explained from above to the otter that here is the translation of the text, preserving the name they Moras. Perhaps a companion carried him away into the forest, compelling him to conduct more extended searches in the meantime, when he related the incident to his master, who was eagerly awaiting her arrival before nightfall. Thus proceeded the creature. The king, who was waiting for her and listened to her tale, enraged by such naivety, or rather, too polite to call it something worse, immediately ordered a group of his most splendid samurai from the illness and commanded them to beat the creature until they were exhausted. The punishment was carried out, and with that strength of arms that villains possess, seeking applause from the monarch. This is why today The porpoise has no legs, head, or tail, nor fins, endured so many blows that it was reduced to this misery, an amorphous mass, a rag, a piece of jelly, drifting aimlessly at the mercy of the waves. Regarding the sovereign, upon reconsidering her strange whim, she concluded that the best course of action was to rise from bed and improve her condition. And she did so, much to the doctor's astonishment. The tale of the porpoise is told in its simple yet moving narrative. This story is true, as everything the people relate from memory, believe it who will. Meanwhile, one learns on this is a valuable lesson that the Japanese, so prodigal with their forgiveness for countless spiritual and moral failings, punish fools. To be frank, this misfortune of the porpoise in the land of the rising sun was inevitable, and the case lends itself to interesting commentaries, which I will summarize in a few lines. The Japanese people of artists are the greatest lovers of creation, form, and life. No one knows the secrets of bird, insects, reptiles, fish, mollusks, worms, or all land creatures like they do. The graceful animality of these beings, studied with special perceptions that elude us from seem 1,000 times varied, of their artistic masterpieces. But this monster, this deformity, this porpoise that appears as the sole exception to the general law of life's kindness and seems to encapsulate the entire frustration of omnipotent being having a bad day, must have left sad impressions on the first Japanese who beheld it, and it was necessary to quickly devise an adequate explanation for the phenomenon, which is what is described in these lines. Figure, by the way, it is interesting to note the similarity between the unfortunate Japanese porpoise and the mythological Medusa of ancient Greece, not receiving any better treatment from the Olympic gods. What a curious coincidence. New Year to Feliciano do Rosario. We have a celebration today here. The old year ends, the new year begins. But don't imagine it's about the new year as marked by our calendars, the commemoration, such a commemoration here at the end of the world, within this Nosoji colony, passes almost unnoticed, limited to the mundane exchange of a few dozen visit cards with appropriate happy holidays written on them. It is the lunar year that is ending, lunar year that is beginning, the Chinese year, in short, the hourglass marking time. Here is the translation of the text. Preserving the name Moraes, the yellow people celebrate their hours of existence. We are entering the 27th year of the reign of His Imperial Celestial Majesty Kwang Su. We have a feast today here. The Chinese soul manifests itself. It becomes evident. It reigns supreme today. It obscures for the vast majority of peddlers the pale reflection of Western civilization that has reached this macabre, this tiny Asian rock where Portugal planted its flag, midnight. To my dim inn beyond the markets comes the noise of revolting fireworks, and from 1,001 ships anchored in the port, the resounding clamour of drums, vibrated by the rough hands of sailors. Oh, anyone going to these markets at this hour, Lord! I do not move from my corner. I well know that the fever of the masses is contagious. It infects everyone. I well know we cannot sleep tonight. There are no coconut shells for scribes or military keepers. I should say even velvet caps with satin ribbons and their matching stuffed birds, like girls that won't run through the alleys, get lost in the crowd, mix up with peddlers, revel with them. But it's so cold, and the water droplets are beating against my window panes so relentlessly. And worse than that is the coldness of the soul, the numbing apathy of my spirit, the bitter smile twisting my lips as caused by this same jubilation of the mob, which keeps me here and prevents me from going to play as well. Figure no, definitely I will not be part of the feast. I imagine it from here. I picture these muddy streets choked with dirty people, with the black cabriolets soaked from the downpours, and I imagine the flickering lights of paper lanterns reflecting in the puddles. Great ephemeral flames zigzagging. The shops are wide open to the public. Fruits, flowers, sweets, meats, dolls, sacred objects spread out along the paths in spectacular theories, in vibrant colors, almost blinding. And it's by now, because soon the glorious day of rest will break, the only one in China where the peasant, the artisan, the peddler all cross their arms, don't work, nor would you find a single linguine, a box of matches, any insignificant object at the markets. The gambling dens, dressed up in old-fashioned glamour, offer themselves, try to lure people in, even on the streets. The gaming table extends to passers-by. What a bargain if one catches up to the feast an unexpected addition to their purse. The Chinese loves gambling. It was necessary for him to love something. But today, everyone gambles. Everyone is Chinese. And this is an interesting example of this suggestive influence of majorities. The most circumspect hand of a civil servant, the most affectionate hand of a lady in the familiar Nundaria dialect of this colony advance without shame, risk their fortune on various coins. When midnight strikes, when next to the altar of the ancestral tablets, thousands of grateful heads bow in pious adoration and mystical papers are burned, and fragrant incense is lit when a cry of Alleluia echoes through the street, then the human wave returns home, already with purchases made, bags emptied, and goes to. On this grand day, dedicated entirely to rest, glorifying the gods whose magnificent assistance is exalted by the graces bestowed and the graces yet to come. Oh, petty humanity! How you sadden me, dear family, not only in your joys and hopes, but even more so in your tears and disappointments. For this group of Chinese with whom I am now surrounded, what surge of blessing stirs their sentimentality? What great benefits do they celebrate? They bless their eternal existence of misery past, present, and the inevitable future that follows. They bless the relentless toil in search of a handful of rice each day, whether it be at home amidst unclean surroundings or out in the fields, on the hillsides and plains, cultivating the land under the constant scorch of the sun's rays or the chilling cold. They toil on boats navigating the putrid estuaries, drifting aimlessly over sleepy waves during calm torpor, or breaking up in the storm when typhoons rage. They bless their social fate, the staggering conundrum of their nature, which appears to follow unique laws in all depravities and conceivable injustices. They bless the tremendous calamities that have befallen this vast homeland in recent times, as if sent by divine curses in the southern provinces, in their most populous centers. It is the plague, the Black Death, stealing one or two children or a parent, or even all together from each household, cloaking relatives in somber white mourning attire, and threatening to settle permanently, taking root like a venomous tree that emits subtle poison at every moment, decimating the masses. And as if misfortune and disgrace were not enough, neighboring sisterly people, the Japanese, invade, conquer, and devastate China, biting and consuming pieces of its sacred land, humiliating it, offering it up to derision before the world in the pitiful conditions of its lower classes and the opulent shame of its nobility. They are disdained and weakened in the face of European men with blonde hair who will not hesitate to trample them beneath their feet. Yet today, miseries are forgotten as the people dress in fine attire and blessings rain down on the new year that has begun. And tomorrow, after a few hours of reverie, the murky days of bitterness will resume. It matters little the harsh labor in fields and boats, the eternal toil, the lewd feasts of husbands, the slavery of wives, the selling of daughters to the highest bidder, the horrors of prostitution, the beatings of young girls, the extortions of officials, the tortures in prisons, the slow death on gallows, the destruction wrought by epidemics and opium, the humiliations before the victor, the demands of the West, the arrogance of blonde men. Figure in preparation for the new year. Everything is organized in advance with great hustle and bustle. It is a busy occupation that keeps everyone occupied day and night during the last weeks of the year. Here's the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. The dens, the rotten furniture are being cleaned. It's the dust of a year that is shaken out, the mud of a year that is swept away, the lice and the fleas of a year that drown in the waves of the barrels, for during the toils of everyday life, not for a single instant did the idea of cleaning preoccupy the spirits. Everything is providential in this world, it seems. In the typical muddle of these Chinese villages, so frequently visited by all sorts of plagues, cholera, pestilence, leprosy soaked in the mire of canals, amidst the emissions of putrid excrements, and the filth that decays in the streets, one struggles to believe how the populace thrives, and how the consortia bear fruit in swarms of children. It seems to us that a single destructive breath from some immense calamity will soon prostrate these hives, leaving not a single survivor in their dwellings. A mere illusion, the villages endure. And some researchers who find such exoticisms interesting suggest that if the putrid miasmas invite epidemics to enter and providentially harvest the many lives that overflow, these very miasmas, loaded with ammonia vapors and corrosive emissions from fermentations, also fatally wound the virulent viruses, sparing the rest of the population. We've reached the paradoxical phase of being in China, where filth is the purifier par excellence, some sort of elixir of longevity indispensable to every family, crafted from the most extraordinary alchemy of waste products. Figure thus, let us grant this good celestial people, as an exception, the caprice of cleaning their lair once a year. Then observe the laborious task of daubing the walls, doors, and windows with colorful papers adorned with black Kabbalistic inscriptions that are prayers for fortune and wealth offerings to the gods. And comes the occasion to adorn the altars, go purchase flowering lotuses, arrange them in gentle vessels with water and white pebbles, and thus decorate the rooms, bringing life and fragrance to the alcove's gloom for a day. Amidst the complex ritual of customs, some heartwarming practices from primitive innocence captivate the curious. Take note, for example, of the enormous tanks displayed in markets, where swarms of tiny black fish, bearded carp, leap in the trickle of water in their improvised captivity. The people buy them and then release them into the rivers, exulting in the act of rescue, surely grateful to the gods, and that will bring about benefits. Spring to Camilo Pisan, her figure, a few days ago, in the city of Kobe, could specify the day and almost the hour if such strictness were required. Miss Spring burst forth. Burst forth, there is no exaggeration in this word. It burst out. It appeared with a leap, made an explosion. In this land of the rising sun, where the sun, and with it all the great natural forces, are still like untamed, wild things, if I may express myself sound and without breaks, without notion of conveniences, unable to present themselves in visit, in gloves and a coat, at any court in our Europe, in this land of the rising sun. I was saying the entire creation seems to have bet on offering each day a surprise. All of it unprecedented exuberance, unique extravagances, nervous abruptnesses, crazy whims, as if gathering within itself the quintessence of children's souls and women's souls, the laughter, the mockery, in short, peppering everything that is order, harmony, contemporizing the laws of transitions. Yesterday it was a harsh winter, frigid, dressed only in a wide snow tunic. Today, with a leap, the sun broke through in loving warmth, trees began to blossom, and insects took flight. Tomorrow it will be a scorching summer in blazing flames, as if neither China nor Africa could feel such heat. And so time flows, hours fly, each moment is a meteor. Here a tone tears down trunks, their torrential rain floods valleys, beyond a river overflows its banks, and a wave from the vast sea drowns villages, while an underground tremor shakes the ground. The poor European of serene landscapes, endures the shocks of this nature, too subversive for his melancholy, contemplative and troubled spirit. He is offered two paths to choose: either embrace Japanese life, initiate yourself into its intimate secrets, love it in its manifestations, and thus existence consumes you, quickly exhausts itself in admiration, going mad with vertigo, or retreat, isolate yourself, hate nature that you do not understand, hate exile, live with homesickness for your homeland, between the four walls of your home or in the cosmopolitan clubs of a foreign colony. That is all it takes to justify the tick of madness. Easily perceptible of most of these is expatriates, men and women, after a short stay in Japan. Now, considering this brief explanation, for incredulous people, several days have passed since spring arrived in Kobe. Late at night, a gentle, loving breeze started to blow, perfumed. In the silence of darkness, carp awakened in a pond next to my lodging. They splashed around, making unusual noises as they leaped out of the water, frenzied, almost demonized. When day broke and the sun appeared, one cannot describe the rapture of the warm, balmy breath that filled the air. The sky was bright blue. Peaceful cirrus clouds floated high above. The landscape turned green. New grass sprouted and old trees colored. Our observation in this environment is refined into a special attention to detail, with conifers of all shapes and sizes abundant everywhere in fields and gardens. These trees never shed their leaves, but in winter they turn colorless, pale like chlorotic women, almost resembling the sick or the dead. Then spring awakens their sap, intense green appears on their leaves. Life begins again frantically, flowers go wild. Already the cherry trees are adorned with floral gallus, rough leprosy, marked trunks, now covered in thick white or pink hair made of thousands of tiny flowers hanging from branches. From afar, in places where they are abundant, they resemble a forest of dry trees wrapped in smoke and fire from a burn. More is the devourer soon, the peach trees will bloom. After them, the cherry blossoms. Then the pear trees, every tree an apotheosis of vibrant colors. Everything bursts forth. In any cast of these trees don't bear fruits, not peaches, not plums, not cherries, not pears, or if they do, they're not worth anything. They drain the sap's ardor in the abundance of petals from enormous flowers, as large as never seen elsewhere, contributing in mere orgies of colors to the incredible hilarity of the scene, to the sublime laughter of spring, nothing more. They serve as a pretext for the thousand reasons to flee into the fields for these good Japanese, with their gourd on their shoulder, musuma by their side, their careless soul open to splendor. Figure these paradoxical flowerings, so characteristic of the Nipponic soil, guide the indigenous brush at every moment towards refinements of hues that Western aesthetics cannot comprehend. They inspire artists, these frequent landscapes splashed with whites and reds, a reminder of the instant when the flowers unfolded and fell from high up in a shower of petals. Alongside trees, herbs, plants, and shrubs adorn themselves with leaves and decorate themselves with flowers. Already along the walls, wild violets peek out between the stones, and the soil thrives with mosses, ferns, grasses, bamboo, and humble grass. It's painted in whites, blues, yellows, reds, purples, 1,000 colors, 1,000 nameless flowers known only to insects, who are expert botanists and know by heart where each corolla offers them the most scrumptious delicacies. Already the jonquil flowers bloom, as do camellias. The wisteria, azaleas, lilies, irises, daffodils, convolvulus, peonies, and an entire plant legion will soon follow. The plum trees here in the vicinity of Kobe can be seen at the picturesque Okamoto Hill or Suma, within the domain of a famous temple. The peach trees will be seen at Momiyama in Osaka, where the pink-hued blossoms ignite for brief days. The cherry blossoms, so dear to the Japanese, will be seen at 1 or 2 temples in Osaka, or on the gorgeous Arashiyama Hill in Kyoto, along the Hozuko River, powerful and murmuring, or in Kyoto itself, at Maruyama Park, where a single tree, the ancient Gion night cherry, with its delicate swaying branches, has merited the enthusiasm and odes countless of generations of lovers and poets who gather around it day or night, entranced by the spectacle. Or yet to Yoshino, the place most preferred by the Japanese, a rugged mountain site difficult to access, but for this very reason frequented by great nature enthusiasts in grand displays. Yoshino, with its poignant legend of a fleeing monarch and the pilgrim enchantment of its thousand cherry blossoms, many times majestic, offering stunning scenes from time to time. Here and there, far away on a bridge at the edge of a precipice, the trees in bloom seem like flecks of white clouds skimming over the grass. Scenery, the wisteria, the fugues visible in Nara, the ancient classical city, the climbing branches wending around the trunks of the giant cryptomeria trees, and the long white clusters and long purple clusters hanging randomly at the whim of the breezes. Figure indescribable Romarius festivals of pagan grace. Teeming with life, these gatherings blend beautifully into the natural scene, forming a majestic and stunning tableau, a hilarious folk kermesse. Flagged stalls displaying myriad items, impromptu seating for frugal meals, men in groups relaxing, children jumping and laughing, dressed in finery of many hues, women from all walks of life, doting mothers, shy girls adorned with flower treats, boisterous street singers, peasant women in scarlet garments, geishas in luxurious finery and enchanting graces, bowing like idol Sol, are a feast for the senses. Delicious aromas, vibrant fabrics, miming and capering breathtaking. As the festival crowd disperses, an intriguing human wave takes shape. Each carries a floral adorned staff, clutching gifts for absent friends, women chatting in gestures and laughter, children overflowing with fruits and cakes, tired, drowsy, giggling men boisterous, unsteady, their foreheads and eyelids flushed, as if confessing the slight excess of revelry. In these scenes of celebration lies the essence of the native spirit. I shall recount a local event that appeared in a newspaper from this land just days ago, which perfectly captures the unique, pantheistic, childlike nature of these people. In Himeji, 2 cherry blossom flowers bloomed this year. 2, indeed, this is truly delightful. The Westerner thinks the Japoner sees this is the vast distinction that separates them. The pleasure of sight is the joyful preoccupation of all. Life is lived in the present, to savor each moment, to smile at things, and perhaps this is the most coherent way for humans to worship their gods, the Creator, who has entrusted them with a mission on earth. On that first spring morning, the forest creatures emerged early in merry bands, soaring serenely high into the sky in search of adventures, chattering, flinging their mocking laughter to the winds, the crows, whom the Japanese call karuchu. The sparrows cooed love songs and boldly fledged their way out of town towards the fields. A yellow butterfly, my bet for the first of the season, darted through my garden in flight. Over each flower hovered an insect, a fly, or bee, or wasp, or hummingbird, or mosquito. I didn't know how they had appeared, as it had been months since anyone had noticed them. Soon, though, the vast swarm alight cicadas, grasshoppers, butterflies, mosquitoes, gnats, the mischievous air-dwellers, all a buzz of activity, colors, and life. Along the streams, ditches, streets, and paths, for the first time this year, frogs emerged from their burrows, croaking in pairs, solemnly. But I shall not now recount what they were doing. In the valleys and along the streams, the frogs in pairs make their way. On the faces of people, suggested and intoxicated by aromas, a new joy was painted, a resurgence of animal activity. The girls passed more lightly in cheerful kimonos, clear and barefoot, on the fresh grass for the first time after winter, their feet very white, and delved months of shelter from the cold. Beyond that corner I encountered a musa selling eggs and a street vendor offering baskets and brooms. They had set shop on the ground, conversing in secret, but with intense expressions. He grabbed her roughly by the wrists, and she laughed, as evidenced by the sparkle in her eyes and her eager little face, promising herself to him. On that day, instead of wandering through the fields like a monk or selling baskets and brooms on the streets, I carefully made my way to a friend's door. It was a children's party, which meant a wild time for adults as well. An American graphophone, or something similar, was on display in front of a dozen boys and another dozen attentive adults. To those who have taken physics classes nearly 30 years ago, talking about phonographs is incredibly complicated. No matter how much effort you put in, you can't be sure to explain the topic clearly. I still find it hard to translate the profound impression that party left on me. My dear friend, without a doubt, a cylinder suitable for the occasion was placed inside the machine, and when the cord was pulled. But who am I teaching the Our Father to? An unkempt American, drunk-looking, with the air of a showman, his jacket frayed and full of knots, and his white tie worn for over 6 weeks, addressed the audience, announcing the New York Construction Company and what was about to be played. It was a collection of upbeat songs, flute solos, orchestra bangs, viola daydreams, grotesque speeches, and all these sounds mixed with the laughter, cheers, clapping, and requests for encores from the children, ladies stifling their laugh, gentlemen whistling all distinctly from the enchanted box, and filled the room where I was as if a pack of wild animals from America or even hell had suddenly invaded. But what immense sadness! At that moment I cursed these inventions of our era, these surprising contraptions that mock life, kill art, steal fleeting moments, memories, longings, everything sweet to the spirit. Because I affirm it as much as will express my thoughts, because In the end, I had a profound sense of disrespect for existence and derision for the laws of the world, for the succession of events over time, and I saw in my mind an old bunch of alchemists put down their retorts for a moment and come to yell at creation, looking up at the sky with laughter. Don't fool us, we know so much. We make translation as much as you. It's not enough with photography, this irreverent trick that involves the absent, the deceased, the distant world, giving us in return for the cherished memory we used to keep, the phantom outlined of what escaped our eyes. Now it's the graphophone, eternalizing sounds, the voice of those far away, the voice of the dead. Death, absence, no longer has a place in dictionaries. In this case, here continues the unebriated American, vomiting his speeches, musicians playing, singers singing, the audience laughing, crying, applauding, chattering. Scenes from 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, passed like that. Is the American dead at this hour, perhaps from a stronger drink that laid him low? The child who was crying will sleep in a grave too, poor thing. The lady who was laughing is insane in an asylum. The man who applauded is in prison, serving a sentence. Nothing matters. The machine calls them, reunites, resurrects them, renews them for the fleeting party of existence. The past is present, and the machine agitates them, pushes them into our homes so we can enjoy at their expense. Spring. I was thinking to myself, spring. Nature laughs, trees flower, birds sing love songs. Is it real? Perhaps not, as today a phenomenon is often replaced by an industry, and most of the shows from Heaven's Father have already been suppressed because they were boring humanity. Each day that passes records 100 discoveries, each one tending to erase from our spirit the legend of mystery, of the incomprehensible. Life, the world are reduced to machines, more or less complicated contraptions. Sweet spring that enchants me. Nonsense. Here goes the machine, I bet. Who assures me this wasn't spring served to my grandparents over a century ago, recorded on a cylinder, and then pushed as new every so often to the fools who applaud it? By the way of spring that was bursting forth, 2 words about another spring that was dying around the same time. Figure, there won't be anyone, I imagine, who hasn't passed through Kobe and not known Nunobiki, the waterfall. The site, due to its well-deserved fame, is the mandatory stop for everyone who arrives, even if it takes 2 hours. There's no car driver, no tourist guide, no huckster who looks for people disembarking from ships, who forgets to recommend as the first diversion a visit to the waterfall. Everyone goes there. I went once myself as a traveler, and many times later as a resident in idleness, attracted by the delightful scenes. High up, very high up on the mountain, splashed with foam, nestled in murmurs, in the gloom of the tight hermitage between vertical rocks covered in wild vegetation, there was the traditional tea-house, Cha Yai, offering rest for a few minutes and a drink to the astonished stranger, without forgetting the smiles, the politeness that the young women who looked out from behind the counter bestowed generously. Some years ago, they told me, there were 3 girls, 3 brothers, the 3 graces, but I only knew 2, having married the other to a European official, as I heard. I only knew 2, Tain-san, Lady Seed, and Haru-san, Lady Spring. As one might expect, they were the most popular Japanese girls in all of Kobe. Among them, I believe I wouldn't be far off in saying that thousands of foreigners who have visited Japan in these last 6 years carry a memory, a longing. 2 foo fairies from the forests enchanting the unsuspecting. Not quite. They were more like two sweet sirens of fresh water, simply charming, simply kind, gracefully serving a cup of tea without sugar in the Japanese style, and freely giving a smile so sweet that it took the edge off even the most discerning palate. I preferred Lady Seed to Lady Spring. She was fresh as her beautiful Nemi, and her black gaze was more velvety, and her silk kimonos more exquisite, with the curve of a butterfly's wings in her hair. With her I would converse, with her I would laugh, especially laugh, for laughter is the most commonly used language in this land, and, taking her hands, I would ask her who the delicate English, Russian, Korean, Hottentot man was who had offered her that ring with a sapphire which fits so perfectly on her pinky finger. Be it known that when it comes to material progress, Japan is galloping ahead. These gentlemen recently remembered to establish a company for water distribution in Kobe. The idea isn't new. Yokohama, Osaka, Nagasaki, and certainly other centers already have similar institutions. What's unfortunate if one gets caught up in trivialities is that with the reform wave sweeping away all the picture aspects of this people, the classic well of old times, with its circular edge carved into a single stone, the graceful porch supported by two wooden posts, the buckets hanging from both ends of the rope, which inserts into the central rough stone established in the middle of the domestic kitchen or in a corner of the garden or along a path accessible to a group of neighbors. And surrounding the containers used for daily tasks, cellars, escudelas, spoons, and the most graceful and original woodenware crafted by the naked women as they go about their chores, prolonging their conversations. Typical of their sex, and even more so of Japanese women as well, corresponding to a very characteristic scene of domestic life, the well that the adorable brushes of the painting masters took such pleasure in reproducing countless times, entwining them on the branches of the asago vines, whose beautiful bell-shaped flowers in various colors open with the sunrise and fade shortly after. For Kobe, shovels and hose were immediately sent to Mount Nonobiki, where water gushed forth from an endless spring, and by force of arms and dynamite, intending to direct the torrent to the company's reservoirs, they made such a mess, felling trees, cutting rocks, digging earth, that all the beauty of the sight disappeared. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. The landscape had become ruins, rigorously failing. The waterfall had just ceased to exist. The Chaya, as we knew it in its rustic, picturesque form, forced by excavations to change its location, had just disappeared. And what about the girls? Of course they had to disappear too. With effect, Moraes married a Japanese and escaped. And I make wishes for his name to bring him good fortune, arranging fates to grant the spouses a happy and numerous progeny. And Spring died. She perished by a peculiar coincidence. When the other Spring was about to be reborn, giving vigor and flowers to the trees, not of the waterfall, thanks to the new enterprise. She died consumingly her waterfall, where she was born, where she lived for 20 years, with its eternal crepuscular gloom, its rocks perpetually dripping water, with its perpetually humid atmosphere, had burned her lungs. Figure poor Spring. But perhaps she didn't die. Think about what I am telling you, although no one else could have seen it, although her friends accompanied her inert body to the cemetery. Her portrait is already circulating worldwide, in photographs sold by stores, perpetuating her face. And nothing more possible than the fact that it is making money at fairs today. Tomorrow, 40 years from now, some guy sitting with a graphophone, any old American phone, Imagine the scene. The appropriate cylinder. Pull the cord. The crowd hears something like this. Great graphophone company from New York and Paris. Scene of the famous Nunobiki waterfall in Japan, and the crowd continues to listen to it. It's now the continuous murmur, trembling of water falling from rock to rock. A stray bird trills. A Frenchman claps his hands, asking for beer. An Englishman asks for whiskey. A Japanese asks for tea. The voice of Lady Spring vibrates distinctly. Fresh, sweet Spring excuses herself with giggles, saying she'll be leaving soon. But the Englishman is in a hurry, renewing his request sorely. And then the instrument is perfecto, wonders of science. That you can even hear the click of a kiss, which naturally belongs to the Frenchman. Nilgyo Mukasi in old times, in the good old days, as these good Japanese would say, and according to the legend interpreted by the Nihon no Mukashi Baneshi, legends of Japan, there lived a man, a simple soul with a kind nature, for whom one could say he spent his youth in marrying desires. But since desires and their realization are two very different things, the poor man reached middle age without having achieved that goal. Commercial might not be the right term. In any case, this partnership of two individuals sharing life's joys and sorrows. His joys primarily consisted of indulging in fishing, line fishing during long leisure hours. His sorrows, felt mostly more acutely, were upon returning home at night, exhausted, staggering from sleepiness and fatigue, without finding a companion soul smiling at him at the door, and inviting him in, nor kind hands that would take the fish from him and prepare it, then carry it to the fire. Everywhere, especially in Japan, these intimate feelings of the soul jubilation from fisherman to line and the solitariness of being single, these are perfectly understandable. After all, for a restless temperament prone to the enchantments of nature, as is common among Japanese, what allure doesn't the line and hook offer, enticing us without effort on long bohemian walks, scaling cliffs and beaches far away, winding along zigzagging riverbanks and coves, facing serene landscapes of verdant greenery, freshness, water mirrors, and murmurs. And how time flies, hunched over a rock, hand now tenderly handling the hook, then grasping it, sometimes lingering in profound contemplation, or reeling in a struggling fish, while the spirit, like time, carefree, indulges in dreams, travels to the realm of chimeras. But at night, after an entire day's labor, it is when the body succumbs and the knees fail that one truly appreciates returning home. Then, knowing how to settle into this simple life with mats and paper, approaching the entrance and kneeling before a gentle figure, a fresh bride dressed in silks and perfumes, her rosy hands in a submissive position, her skilled fingers grasping the hot trouts. Now, on a beautiful day, a man whose name tradition has forgotten was fishing as he usually did, bamboo in hand, lost in thought about his sorrow and forlorn fate, when zap, a sharp snap on the line made him immediately imagine something out of the ordinary had caught. Almost losing his line, hook and fish all at once, he used all his fishing tricks to tie out the catch, extending his arm and allowing it to struggle as desired, while also taking a moment's rest to bring it ashore, until finally, after much time, he pulled with force, and the fish fell at his feet. The fish, a giant. It was an Ingayo, a siren, no more, no less, a woman's face of rare beauty, and an enormous, bloated, elongated body covered in scales, undulating its large fins, ending in a broad tail that then thrashed frantically. A woman's face of rare beauty, I said, and I wasn't mistaken. That sweet oval shape, the Urizinago, the melon, like rear, so beloved in Japanese aesthetics. Her thick black hair floating in a daze, her jasper complexion, her velvet eyes, her scarlet little mouth. But she wept the siren in contractions of anguish. Certainly she cried out of pain as the treacherous hook tore through her flesh, and perhaps even more for shame at being thus suddenly swept away from her usual haunts, paying for a sin of gluttony, weakness, naked before stranger. However, the fisherman was of a good nature, as would later be revealed. Let's see how he proved it. It goes without saying that his initial shock, he placed his hands over his head, widening his eyes, and stuttered incomprehensible exclamations. Could this be? Calmly, he carefully removed the hook from her bloody face. Taking hold of this strange creature, he began to ponder the situation deeply. Now, he was about to speak, thinking if she were to run all the fairs, the festivals of 1,000 and thousands of temples in the country, and aligning her stall with the other where salamanders, whereas crocodiles, children without feet or hands, wise dogs, and many other things are exhibited, upon which not even the heaviest rain of splashes would fall, that is, within the sleeves of her kimono. My gentlemen, all enter. Whoever doesn't have a head pays nothing. Here's an authentic mermaid. And she was already studying the speech she would make, proud dominant, imposing herself on the bewildered crowd. Or perhaps another idea, if she ate the meat of the mermaid, cooked in slices. And everyone knows that mermaid meat has the virtue of conserving life and youth to those who taste it. But her kind nature finally revolted against the thought of keeping that poor creature in a tank, or even worse, leading her to the slaughterhouse, where she lamented on her hands, breaking into tears as if she were a person. He looked at her for a long time, and with a noble gesture and firm effort, he threw the mermaid into the waves from which she came, and where she dived and disappeared without further ceremony after a flick of her tail, which could be a goodbye and a thank you. How a fisherman returned to his work. It is said that on that memorable day his bag filled with an incredible amount of everything the sea offered. In the afternoon, returning home laden with his catch, a smile danced on his lips, coming from the good fishing he had done, and also from the good deed he had performed. Figure when, in the evening, in the kitchen, with his kimono sleeves rolled up to his armpits, and apron over his legs, a bucket by his side, he was getting ready for dinner. He heard a gentle voice outside and near the door saying, "Excuse me! Excuse me." He ran to open, still holding his kitchen knife with a mackerel in his right hand, and in the dim light of a quarter moon he could distinguish a woman's figure. Nothing out of the ordinary, but sweet and courteous, who confessed to being a traveller lost on her way, without home, and asked for a place to stay for that night only. "Coming quickly, girl," he exclaimed, "and join me for dinner, sharing what I have." Then, letting her in, he led her to the guest room, where she rested on a mat near the fire. He served her traditional tea. "Thank you very much," she said. He asked her to wait for dinner, fish feast by signal, which he would catch without losing a minute. "Allow me to earn my share helping you with that." She replied firmly that she would never consent to have her guests work in the kitchen. In a series of exchanges, the girl assured him that she had spent all her life by the ocean. Maybe she was the daughter of sailors, a fisherman, and that she knew the best recipes for cooking fish, which she often did as a pastime, and so persistent she was. Everyone knows what women's persistence is, that eventually he gave in, carrying on his venture. What is certain is that the poor bachelor will never lick his lips with such delicious snacks again. He ate his fill repeated and asked for a third time and said, still sucking on the redheads' heads, that the penalty he felt was not being served an equal feast every night. The companion then modestly observed, half naked, that it seemed to her like such a strong desire, and when pressed to explain her phrase further, she added that she was single, without relatives, without a home. Finally understood, the conclusion of this happy encounter was her agreeing to be the wife of the man. But before she imposed her conditions, "Dana, my lord," she said, "as I have said, I've spent my life at sea, and I can't do without my salt water bath at least once a week. Will you allow that?" She nodded yes, and swear to me now they'll hear the poodle of the little one, that you'll let me bathe in peace without following me, and without even peeking at me. She swore it, and she was happy, already drooling over the girl, the bully. To see herself possess such a treasure for so little. They married, a thunderous wedding, and they lived happily for many months. Fish, the beloved dish of the Japanese, was always excellently prepared by the wife, active, intelligent, and always laughing. Raw sea bream slices dressed with exciting sauces were divine. Rice with eels, a delight. A fine stew of clams. Roasted trout over the fire, unparalleled. And even a certain stew, like they say in Algarve style, was spectacular without favour. The husband became bloated and luminous, testifying to everyone that someone was looking at him closely. But the bath. Better not mention it. Oh, what a mess that bath was. She spent the whole morning preparing it, honing her appetite, one could say, and she stayed in the bath for hours, forgotten in the afternoon. Then, kneeling on the mat, mirror in front of her, and surrounded by mysterious trinkets, began the endless task of getting ready, wetting her face, reddening her lips, styling her hair. The husband even came to this not very flattering conclusion that his companion preferred salt water to him, but he forgave her, as others less innocent caprices are forgiven, and never did a shadow of regret mar the peace of their living. Their one beautiful afternoon, a bath afternoon, by signal the man arrived home, and, as they say in Portuguese, hungry. Will dinner take long? Will the bath be in the middle or at the beginning? The wife, of course, was invisible with her door locked tight, but Japanese houses are paper houses, and a crack, a tear, invites us to peer inside. The thing is that she peeked. Surprise! Horror! It's not a woman, but a mermaid, bathing better said, swimming in slow, circular motions of pleasure along the tub, gently wagging her tail and fins. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. She murmured songs of the sea, songs of the beaches. Poor husband. "Ah! Sing to me like that," she exclaimed. "Sing to me like that. Great show off. Now I realize your skills with fish, dealing with your relatives. Great show off. It would have been better, without a doubt, if I had never known you in such a state, in such nakedness. But having made the mistake, it seems to me that I can never again eat your stews with appetite meddler." The door opened then, and her wife appeared. She was crying, tears streaming down her face. She wept, but dignantly, resignedly. One could read determination in her gaze. She spoke kneeling. Master Dana, it was your benevolence towards me once, extreme, saving me from the waters and giving me the freedom to make of my life what I chose, and sparing my existence. You brought me here with a debt of gratitude. I thought that by my presence I could alleviate your loneliness, serving you as a slave. You gave me the name of wife. my gratitude will be eternal. Meanwhile, having seen myself in my true form, a creature, a monster that strikes fear into everyone, I realize the mission I undertook has reached its end. My heart breaks, but it doesn't matter. Master Dana, goodbye. May heaven shower you with blessings. And she ran to the beach and disappeared in the waves. Poor husband. Through an unplanned act, he lost forever a loving companion, and since his marriage to the mermaid granted him the gift of longevity, his widowhood was long, and his martyrdom endured. The fable, as observed by the Japanese author I consulted on this matter, offers two high moral lessons. One is a woman who wishes to keep a good husband must captivate him through his stomach, that is, by taking care of his meals. It seems proven that the stomach is the most sensitive and perhaps the most grateful organ in a man, the king of creation. The other lesson is a husband who wants to maintain harmony in his home should never interfere in his wife's private affairs. Because regarding women, well, with your permission, they all have their tail or scale or fin something. Anyway, that it's better not known for both parties' benefit and in accordance with the unique code of love. Chapter Illusions article. I've forgotten the article now. Gentlemen, 1899. The White Horse of Nanko to Carlos Campos. This happened about 1,000 years ago in Japanese Lanza horse, which the great artist Kaneoka depicted on a screen from the Ninigi Temple near Kyoto, was such a beautiful creation, filled with truth and vibrant with life, that every night it would escape from the paper to gallop through the fields in circles, trampling crops, willy-nilly, and this situation clearly caused great wonder and anger among the peasants who pursued it with stones. Impressed by the incomparable forms of the animal, the peasants finally convinced themselves that it could not be anyone but Kanoka's horse, and the persuasion became absolute certainty one day when they saw in the painting the paws of the mischievous one, still damp from the fresh mud of the paths. Without further ado, they attacked the screen and poked out its eyes. It is said that there have been no more complaints of damage to farms. Figure another horse by Kanaoka, who was a master in his craft, painted on an inner wall of the imperial palace, had a habit of going through the gardens and devouring the tender saffron flowers. And the play stopped only when someone remembered to retouch the work by tying the naughty horse to the wall with a piece of painted rope for the effect. Well then, it is undoubtedly true that many wonders can be achieved by an inspired artist's hand. These two horses by Kanoka, born from a drop of paint and some humorous brush strokes, but nonetheless blessed with the sublime breath of the excellent master, would come to life for moments, break free from the canvas, and there they'd go. They were happy bohemian spirits in happy times. Creative art, radiant out of past eras, why don't you still govern always the destinies of all things in this world? In these current days, washed out and sad, even in Japan, and while I continue to wander on the same subject of horses, I frankly confess to anyone reading me that nothing grieves me as much as the spectacle of the sacred horses of Shinto temples. Here are some very authentic, vibrant, real flesh and blood rides, and if they were read as works of ancient national art, but they're not, but they would surely envy the simple creations on Kanaoka's paper. In this Japanese land, where it seems that beings, both human and animal, were born and live an eternal bath of smiles, the condition of the poor brutes is even more desolating. It was their inspiration for these melancholic lines I am writing. Figure if I wish to be understood in some way in the divagations that follow, and it's obvious that I should pause a bit and speak about Shinto temples in general. Shinto, from the word Shinto, the path of the gods, is the primitive patriarchal belief of ancient Japan, and despite the great propaganda for Buddhism that has been done and continues to be done, it remains the national religion, the religion of the state. Shinto is the worship of the sun, of the emperor as its son, of all creative forces, of protective deities, of geniuses, of nobles, of heroes, and of sages. The Shinto temple is a sacred space dedicated to one of these invocations. It is first distinguished by the torii, the great stone or wooden arch that borders the site, almost indicating the path for the pilgrim. Torii means resting place of birds. Thus, we already have a very delicate notion of the essence, learning that in the sacred field, everything is peace, everything is calm, as even the wary birds from their mad flights are offered a protective perch where they rest. After the torii come the wide gate and the vast walled space, and inside symbols and objects of a religion wholly based on love make up the graceful scenic green gardens, fresh forests, mossy rocks, quiet lakes. Here is the system for preliminary ablutions by the faithful. Here is the English translation, preserving the name. More as they are monumental granite lanterns, verdant with age. Beyond them, the scarlet niche dedicated to Inari. The fox, the rice god. I don't know what else, but certainly a very holy figure. Then there are the light wooden structures scattered here and there, where on festive days young women of the cult dance to the sound of strange refrains, or silent officiants bless the crowds, shaking a white paper fan over their reverent heads, symbolizing purity. A figure in the most magnificent temples, another accessory is never missing: the ornate niche, the tiny stable where the sacred horse eternally chews on the insipid straw of its duty. The god or temple genie has his state horse, its only fare. It's usually a white albino horse with white fur and blue celeste eyes, perhaps because a certain idea of purity is associated with such an affliction. The god uses it as he sees fit. Someone I asked for information about the position told me it's called T Tsukaimono, as if to say the noble messenger. So let's assume that it regularly delivers messages for the god, which is already a great responsibility and sacred honor, and in difficult situations its services will be even more distinct. One of the most famous temples in Japan, in Yamada, burned down about half a month ago. I don't know what remnants of the cult were found sheltering far from the sinister event. It was the horse that transported them there. It's said that in Osaka, at 2 Shinto temples, the horses disappeared when the war with China broke out. One can almost sense that the souls of these gods mounted their riders to go to the enemy's fields, blessing the Nippon troops. Such cases are rare, extremely rare in this positivist era, so scarce of miracles, and sacred white horses live and die tethered to their feet, taking a single walk each year on the temple festival day, triumphantly incorporated into the procession that goes through the city streets. It's absolute confinement, constant static tedium, without even the furtive escapes of kanaoka, painted horses. Straw is plentiful for them. Children and women who adore them approach them, buying cooked bean mountains from the old woman nearby the stable, offering them on their rosy palm to the nostalgic snouts of the steeds. I know a few of these brutes, but I have closer relations with the one in Nanko, a temple here in Kobe famous for honoring Kusunoki Masashi, who was a noble warrior and patriot. In the expansive sanctuary of the temple, a permanent fair has been established day and night, but especially at night, attracting and drawing crowds of passers-by and devotees. The entire Japanese life passes through here. Anyone who flipped through Hokusai's sketch albums and found interest in them should spend hours afterward on this living, vivid story of the Nippon people, and thus complete, as much as possible, their notion of this people, one of the most fascinating, perhaps the most sympathic. The whole world. Figure people flock from every direction, here and there and everywhere, converging at the portal, where a human ant colony condenses into hundreds or legions of heads, slowly, silk touching silk. Laughter responding to laughter, they enter, accompanied by the continuous sound of slaps and sandals scraping across the resonant pavement. In the darkness of night, the venue initially appears as a vague shadow, intertwined with tree shadows, teeming with people and countless flickering lights. After a while, our eyes adjust. Go straight there, towards the temple, down the main street lined with various trees and pavements. To the side sprawls a labyrinth of passages between the rows of makeshift stalls, tents, and shops stretched across the ground, and it's under the dim light lanterns there, an amazing display of colors and unfolds, flashing haphazardly like a vast kaleidoscope, corresponding to the myriad industries on display. Clothing, perfumes, books, trinkets, curios, porcelain, pipes, tools, household goods, cakes, toys, flowers, plants, everything Japan's entire industry is condensed and showcased in this museum. Beyond that, some tea houses sell refreshments. Young girls beckon passers-by to join them. Farther away, popular theatres offer a performance for a small fee. Wise dogs, athletes, abortions, snakes, panoramas. Or the Hanashi Room, where a storyteller entertains customers with tales from the Bible. In a more open space, someone plays a graphophone while a dentist and an inventor share their miraculous remedies, all speaking, explaining, and prophesying. Figure the human ant colony undulates and spreads aimlessly, as if by chance. Western societies offer nothing comparable. This here is the crowd, without haste or shouting or frustration, just as all the great Eastern tribes present them in temples or markets. It's a swarm of people gathered in public squares like Sargasso in calm seas. Here, a delicately kind and smiling tableau, unmistakable but still reminiscent of gatherings of the plebeians in Canton temples or Aden bazaars or Cairo, as we travel back through time and descend in spirit by 2 centuries, almost unfolding before us fleeting glimpses of biblical Jerusalem, swarming with men dressed in red tunics, wandering about, discussing calmly, extending their bare arms in solemn gestures. To catalogue these types would be madness. It's the entire popular mass, carefree, joyful, enjoying life. Families pass by, a father, mother, child clutched to her breast, and others holding hands, groups of soldiers and sailors, girls' gangs, boys, some heading towards the pleasure district of Fukuoka nearby, pilgrims, beggars, vagrants, pickpockets, foreigners. The boys blow on their newly purchased trumpets or bite into cakes or fruit. That fresh musume, dressed only in her summer kimono of blue and white, is already returning. Hanging from her hands are miniature cages filled with sparkling fireflies. An old woman revels in the vase of beautiful lilies she just bought. It's here in Nanko at the special plant market that this people's love for gardening truly shines delicate, shrubs having received long care and graceful selection of blooming flowers, and one can see their enthusiasm in choosing plants. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Amores, the brilliance of the squint eyes of the groups around the exhibition of the pine trees, cherry blossoms, bamboos, chrysanthemums, lilies, wisteria simple spirit and easy desire to please, a near infantile youthfulness is stamped on all these faces, and the gentle skill of the industrious hand is evident in every object. Anyone with 2 copper coins in their pocket hand, everyone will have them, can buy a work of art, they will buy it without doubt, and the joy on their face reveals the full happiness of a satisfied soul. From this manifest innocence of sentiment, from this psychology free of complications and torment, one must firmly perceive a racial superiority, a splendid and exuberant animality, quite distinct from the morbid vibratility of the exhausted Western races. And this is what vaguely hints at itself in the elegance of the figures passing by, the harmonious flexibility of the curves, the pathetic play of mimicry, and the serene confidence with which the dominant foot rests on the ground. Happy people of yesterday, today, and perhaps tomorrow. This is the sincere conclusion of our fleeting examination. Meanwhile, in a corner in the stable, a white horse sacred to Kusunoki Masashai Jion's. Out of old sympathy, I always seek him out, and I spend almost entire hours watching him, admiring him. How many years has he served as a priest? 10 years, 15 years. My repeated visits do not arouse any anger or pleasure in him. With his head down, his blue glassy eye, he seems to want nothing, feel nothing, suffer nothing, and desire nothing. It is almost cardboard, like due to its insipid of the horse's mane. To the buzz, light colors, distant music, it is insensitive. To the beautiful green of the trees, it is insensitive. By its behavior, it no longer remembers the landscapes through which it ran. Its blue, celestial glassy eye flickers with the same apathetic coldness at the 1,000 chance scenes to the people who look at him, a man from the public square, boys, gentlemen, perhaps a general, perhaps a count, perhaps an English nobly casts the same irreverent indifference as the annoying flies that gather in swarms and do not move him on the bare mucosa of his poor bridle. I think I've seen him moved only once. A mare was snorting somewhere, definitely far away. His ears slightly twitched, as if some vague memory, I think, passed through his mind, and it seemed to me then to see his blue, celestial eye well up with tears. Sometimes he happily sticks out his tongue to lick the hands of girls, perhaps out of caprice or habit, because those are the hands that usually offer him as a pious obol, the soon beans bought from the old woman who wanders around near the stable. That's all his story, and that's it. I've said everything. If anyone, however curious, still wants to extract from me the secret of this strange sympathy for the sacred horses of Shinto temple, stranger sympathy, since it is certain that my conscience has never belonged to any animal protection society here, I offer this person the following incredible confession. In Japan, if my judgment is not mistaken, only the horses of translation temples are sad. They and I have mysterious analogies. I am not joking. After long studies of my own body, I have finally concluded, imagine that I am also albino. Not due to the congenital anomaly of a lack of coloring pigment in the skin, hair, and eyes, I agree, but albino in spirit. However, I'm not sure if I make myself clear. Albino in my aching soul, in the bloodlessness of my vibratility, in the apathy of life after the 1,000 misfortunes, and the final pop of soap bubbles from my illusions. From my vantage point, which I compare without much effort to Nanko's stable, I observe the outlines of scenes in the passing crowd, but detached from everything, and even forgotten the longing for the serene landscape where I spent my first years. Outbursts of affection, loves. Please tell me where these winged chimeras from my poor youth go. If only like Nanko's horse, but even more indifferent than him, because I feel naturally excluded from the bean patch that might allure it. If I look at those musumes with their very pale, very sweet hands, I have vague tenderness for them here in this place where I see myself. They are to me the emblem of the caresses of delicate sex, and they instill into my spirit a notion of possible peace here. Somewhere, I don't know where in the home of the family, when blessed by fate, figure 1899, the first ants to Sebastião Garcés. Apart from this special dedication, it's to ants and sages, God forbid or they take offence at the parallel that I offer the revelations that follow, in which, after long preambles, it explains how the first came into the world. During the era of Emperor Tai Sun in China, the lands were divided among many restless monarchs involved in continuous battles and turmoil. A phenomenon occurred in the sky worthy of special instruction. It happened that a certain goddess from Mount Olympus, San was her name, and ever went on her imagine a stroll among the clouds without meticulously performing prolonged pirouettes, meticulous skin painting, eyebrow shaping, and lip tinting. Excessive femininity, excusable and even somewhat commendable, but one day her most beloved servant had a malicious laugh and made this disrespectful comment. The goddess has no fault in her face. She hides it at all costs with cosmetics. Go ahead and impudently criticize the charms of a lady, and when she is divine. It's certain that the deity was so angry that she donned a devilish skin. She found suitable and horrifying skin, blue face, red hair on her temple, 2 crooked teeth jutting out from her mouth, and then deformed hands and feet. And like this, in that beautiful state, she chased her down from heaven with pinpricks, sending her into the world as expiation. Her name was Tichong Mu In, the penitent. Figure Tai Sun, engrossed in battles and humiliated by countless defeats, had a radiant dream one night, difficult to explain. Consulted on the matter a favorite scholar, short for height and very ugly, but full of knowledge, he said to the sovereign, after grand magical processes, revealed through a dream that the gods had destined him a certain lady as a wife, strong, ingenious, and highly skilled in war, whose salvation would later be owed to the state. The dwarf intended to continue after a brief pause. However, he no longer wanted to hear from the emperor, and soon he was greeted by the chariot of the escort, in festival procession, heading towards where his fair lady lived, as indicated by the little dwarf. He traversed settlements, climbed mountains, descended valleys. He soared, not ran. His Majesty, he flew on the wings of hope, his heart leaped with 1,000 yearnings, and thus he encountered Tichong Mu In. Imagine the scene. There are no words to describe the monarch's disappointment. Trembling with indignation, he immediately broke into anger and blasphemy. Suddenly, processes of torture flashed through his mind, and with a gesture, he spurred the Almeria, intending to return to his palace. Ah! But the sovereign did not know that the lady, who initially received him with sui etiquette humbleness, would still receive benevolent protection from her gods, even though expelled from heaven and the company of them. The lady, in a provocatively challenging expression of her blue face, baring her teeth and extending her pudgy hand solemnly, restrained the horse's fury with a single gesture, and delivered to the gentleman severe prophecies. She told him that he would marry her if he did not want to stay there forever. She declared that he must receive her as an empress, and that he would have to rely on her womanly arm, still astute and strong, for great endeavors. In short, to cut a long story short, the emperor made much of his courtesies and excuses, won over his revulsion and fear, and promised everything. Not long after, that female monster entered his home rudely and plebeianly, demon-like, without ceremony, carrying her own dowry on her shoulders to sacks, a chest, a mirror, a comb, a broom, a bowl for washing her face, utensils that, from then until today, seem to have been consecrated, symbolizing the indispensable nucleus of the domestic home. 3 months later, it is said that the emperor was absent from his wife's company, prolonging in this way an unpleasant celibacy that she probably did not expect. Patience. Sometimes in the cold intimacy of the salons, he sought to discredit her in the eyes of his vassals. It is said that one day, when both the wife and the favorite concubine were gathered, a bet was made on which of the two would prove more adept at writing. For this purpose, they agreed to count how many characters each could write within the time it took for someone to light a perfume pivot on an urn nearby. On the side of the favorite, whose literary culture is exquisite, stood the emperor, the buffoon, and 2 valets. On the side of the sovereign, 3 scholars bettered, and one of them was the dwarf. Here she is, the lover, intensely interested in the contest, all eyes, all attention, all adorable twitches from her beautiful, milky, coloured fingers that hold the fine brush and feverishly run over the paper brought to her. The sovereign, the monstrosity, forgive me for using this qualifying term, with a face, translation, a blue lodge in the manipulator's hands, disfigured fingers ramming through the red nose, an impassive and cunning eye. She reenacts the scene as well as the spectators. The lettered ones are startled, sensing a looming disgrace to their own reputation in the monarch's eyes. "Lady," they whisper, imploring her. "For pity's sake, decide to write." The brute doesn't listen. They repeat themselves. Their instances multiply until finally, upon so many pleas, she says, "Go fetch a brush from my chambers." Messengers fly, returning shortly. "Not found, lady?" She indicates it's nearby a wardrobe. The servants reply, "Forgive us, it's not. What is a broom?" Then the sovereign roars. "That's exactly right. You fools," and taking the broom, soaking it in a mix of paint from the basin she'd brought with her wedding gifts as the deadline approached, with one swift gesture, and by a miracle, for only thus can such a feat be explained, appeared crystal clear, sublime, 1,000 and more characters of the most adorable calligraphy. Figure in battle, she herself directed the warrior horde, reaping victories and expanding her domains. In schemes, a masterpiece. Once, hosted by the emperor and empress for a monarch's feast, where they were embroiled in fierce warfare, one of the nobles presented the guests with an enormous monkey he owned, a crafty creature in its wild ways, excelling at a game then popular, akin to backgammon in our times. "Lady, you'll play 3 rounds with this monkey. If you win the last one, these lands are yours. But if you lose..." The game was challenging for the empress, unaccustomed to salon pastimes, and it was no secret that in the heavens, where she'd spent her youth, such games were forbidden. Courage. First round the monkey wins. Second round the monkey wins. Chong Mu, collapses into inner agonies, feels defeated, until she remembers to invoke the gods. Her divine beloved, who had never abandoned her, sends down a visible sign from heaven just for her. Take this fruit. hide it in your sleeve so that only the monkey can vouch for it and play with determination. Third round, the monkey, flashing a glimpse of its treat, a banana or something similar, shudders with desire. The seat where it appears to be the soul of monkeys jumps around on its chair, and with its gaping teeth, fairy eye, thick eyebrows arched, its matted fur askew, and babbling repeated, "Hey!" That annoys the guests. The furry little hand still moves the stones, out of habit duty, but without skill or intent. Reason flees from her. Deserts her, so compelling is the stupidity in these comic figures of fauna. And she loses the decisive match, a parenthesis, in the history. A few days ago, a fellow exile told me, "Look how many monkeys there are in this world, wearing ties and jackets, even little pink bodies on their waists, when they're not astute at backgammon or other games, nearly reaching the heights of audacity and triumph at a fateful moment. Any old banana shown to them deranges them, drives them insane." Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name the Moraes. And yet, no matter what they do, they are monkeys, even if their tails are hidden by their loins, and there is no one who can rid them of the blood of their ancestors. I continue. One of the most beautiful feats that illustrate the glorious woman, if indeed she is a woman, whom I am addressing, is this: during a fierce battle for arms between several rulers, already weary from victory and defeat, Tai Sun was gaining the upper hand in his assaults. The defeated kings, united in conspiracy, decided to put an end to this irritating situation, much to their advantage, proposing a curious problem to the emperor. "Do not make war on us. Here you have a pearl torn from a ring. Note that it has 2 holes communicating with each other internally through a labyrinth of 9 tiny canals. If you can present it threaded on a line, we swear to you peace and the complete surrender of everything that is currently ours." Oh, what a difficult situation the good sovereign found himself in. The counselors remained silent, grim, and offered no advice. Then he left the matter to his wife, who did not kiss him or want him, but in awkward situations she only had faith in her. Chong Mu in retreats, imploring the gods. His divine lover sends an ant from heaven, the first ant to enter this world, and commands that it be said that this prehistoric ant was nothing like the contemporary ants, less slender in form, more plump. Chong Mu understands the precious aid. He ties a line around the middle of the creature, carries it thus next to the pearl, next to one of its holes through which it is forced to pass, not taking long for it to emerge from the other side, dragging the appropriate line behind it. Glory! And today, no one notices the delicacy of the ant, so light at the waist, like the waist of a lady in a corset. It was not always like this. This event is recorded as still indicating to present generations an amazing hereditary legacy, the impression of the knot with which the line held and tightened the first ant, the legendary ant, the mother of all ants that today roam the earth. Figure enough about the insect. Just a few words regarding the sovereign. Lei San, her divine protector, finally forgave her past smirking smile, which was an insult. She stripped her of the monstrous skin she had given her as penance for her sin, returned to her the pilgrim beauty that was rightfully hers. The emperor, before his consort returned to her divine labors, was able to see her, and for many years in the complete splendor of her allurements. The emperor, who already paid her unconditional homage thanks to her prodigies, which brought him so much happiness and prosperity to the empire, could also then love her passionately, enraptured by her grace, her beauty. Imagine whoever wishes how those lover-struck hours would have passed enchanting in the mysterious serenity of the palace, surrounded by marble walls and gardens, and while celebrating that belated honeymoon which appeared on the horizon. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes, 1899. The devils and the elderly by Nuno Quirial. There once was an elder with a huge beard covering his face, a distinctive feature. One day, while he was chopping wood in the mountain's humble profession, a fierce storm surprised him. The rain poured buckets, the wind howled fiercely, and lightning crackled above. So terrifying was it that he had no choice but to stay put and to seek shelter. For the night, finding refuge in the forest was a challenging task. A massive tree trunk, hollowed out over centuries, offered him the only sanctuary. Hunched over, unable to sleep, the elder endured those lonely hours. Deep in the night strange noises began, at first faint but growing closer. "Hello," he muttered. "So many around here, and I thought I'd be alone." And he peeked out curiously, without a trace of fear. Well, the elder saw, with great difficulty, in the flickering light of lightning flashes, was beyond comprehension. A large group was approaching, but never before had he encountered such an unusual company. It was a vast crowd of creatures, undeniably devils, terrifying in appearances. Some were red, dressed in green kimonos. Others were black, clad in red kimonos. One lacked an eye. Another had no nose. Some didn't have mouths. They gathered around an immense bonfire made from straw, leaves, and wood they found, and the flames sinisterly revealed their presence. Squatting side by side, drinking sake in friendly reverie, these demons almost seemed human. The vessel passed around the circle, from hand to hand, and as it went around so many times, the drinking sessions renewed. They could no longer keep track of their intoxication. One of the younger participants stood up as best he could and began singing a song while dancing. Others imitated him. The scene was then incredibly moving. The bonfire, fanned by successive gusts, grew wildly, rising to the clouds in swirling and flames, illuminating diabolically the entire landscape. Bamboo and pine groves, deep forky cliffs, rocky torrents, and the immense mob of devils braying in terrible mimics. Some spun in vertiginous pirouettes. Others stood grave, lifting their legs and attempting minutes. Some remained immobile, or rather wanting to stay that way, swaying in grotesque, drunken curves, and from hill to hill echoes repeated the foul refrains in falsetto, mixed with the lamentations of trees whipped by the wind, and the artillery salvos of thunderbolts. A shrill voice cried out, "What a grand feast! But I wish there was something more to see." Hiding in his refuge, the woodcutter experienced all the torments that wonder, fear, and despair can inflict on an elder's mind. After hours passed, he began to relax, enjoying the festivities, or so he thought, being Japanese. The reverie had such power over him that it overcame his scruples and fears, leading him to a formal decision. "Kill these devils if you want," he said. "But I'm going out for some food." Then, emerging from his hiding place, with a cap pulled down over his ears. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes with his macadina mashit suspended from his waist. Moraes gathered with the crowd, bidding good night and practicing dance steps. It was time to banish the demons, but the old man in his frail, bent body moved comically forward and backward, turning to the right and left, drawing spectacular choreographic parabolas in the air with his bare foot, causing everyone to burst into laughter, shouting, "Long live the old man!" Very well. What a great dancer the old man is, they continued, emphasizing. We want you to always be part of our parties because you're so charming. But since there's no guarantee of your return, you'll leave us with a pledge to accept this invitation. They consulted among themselves and decided to remove his tooth. Many in the village believe this act is a valuable talisman for good fortune. So with keen eyes, bare arms, fingers probing, lancets and pliers in hand, they proceeded. The old man lay on the ground, one person holding each leg, another restraining his arms, another gently supporting his head, successfully completing the procedure without causing any pain to the patient. They then placed the extracted tooth in a case. As dawn broke, with the rosy light, a peaceful morning, and birds chirping in the trees, the demon, like figures, disappeared. Moraes descended to his village, entering his home happily, but still slightly unsteady from the drink. Without the tooth, his face smooth and flawless. His companion and known acquaintances were amazed. He was serving tea for the family, and curious visitors spread out on a mat by the fireplace. A torrent of exclamations and questions forced Moraes to recount in astonishing detail the strange night he had spent in the mountains. Among those present were also his neighbors, one of whom had an enormous tooth prominently displayed on his left cheek. Quietly he listened intently, retaining every detail in his mind. Not believing in popular superstitions, but instead eager to be free from this predicament, he was already planning how to surrender himself to the hands of such wise healers. That night he set out towards the mountain, hiding under the same tree trunk, waiting for the devils. They arrived. The merriment began, laughter, dancing, wine. Then another figure joined the demons in fear. Hello, it's the old man again. He's back and he's going to dance. He did dance, albeit awkwardly, not receiving much encouragement. But his lack of skill and panic angered the demons, who had always mistaken him for the original guest. They said, "You tricked us, joker. You're a complete klutz. We're returning your pledge and advising you never to set foot here again." One from the crowd retrieved the tooth, and poof, it attached itself to the right side of his face. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes from home with one. He returned with two, a little lamb on each side. One can imagine the disappointment of the person and the amusement of the neighbors. It seems that in the village, for weeks and weeks, all work came to a standstill. The old, the young, the girls, the boys did nothing but laughing with unfurled flags. And there was good reason. 1899. Poor man, Cento Antonio Baldac da Silva. A domestic scene. There is my cook hitting his head, as they say in this Mako. There he is praying to his protective gods. May he be blessed. He just stole from me in the accounts as a good Chinese, serenely aggressive towards everything European, and now he devotes himself to this other occupation, no less worthy. Since his quarters are downstairs, he is king there, or at least a mandarin. He does whatever he wants. Altars to the gods are set up on the walls, in the corners of the upper floor, on tables, and even by the stove where I prepare my dinner, divine beings are worshipped. Mysterious rites. They are incarnated papers containing Kabbalistic sayings. They are figures of horrible monsters, colored with the most surprising paints, in the most grotesque dispositions, almost eliciting laughter, almost fear, from anyone who does not live in grace on such an Olympus. There, the cook, in humble genuflections of a believer, offers his offerings, my offerings, since I am the one paying for the feast offerings of oranges, sweets, tea, roasted pork, and other delicacies. There fires burn, and often at night, as now torches, red candles, resins and papers are set ablaze, emitting a terrible smoke that invades the entire house, reaching without respect the place where I am, and suffocating me. Patience. Patience is the only code of conduct for an adventurer who has chosen exile in a far-off exotic corner, away from the land where he was born, where the chaotic civilization, the peculiarity of the people with whom he deals will inevitably manifest itself dominant. A figure the gods with whom I live in contact and whose sublime protection, albeit indirectly, I trust are many a swarm. Of course, there are some who are more preferred, invoked at home with greater pious love. Among these, according to recent information I gathered, must be counted Man Chen, and it is his marvelous story that I propose to tell as best I can. The god-power Man Chen, revered throughout the immense empire, has one white face and one black face. In China there is actually no one who does not adore him, who does not offer him the merited cult at home, he who knows everything and can do everything, who possesses the knowledge of good and evil, who with one eye contemplates the heavens and great pure things, and with the other looks into the deep earth down to the dark dens of demons, foresees their evil designs. The god-poor Man Chen has one white face and another black. There is not here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. No matter how many thousand years have passed, she died without knowing where, a married woman. Her husband, without doubt, followed the ritual of the style and had her casket deposited in a solitary temple. She barely imagined that the deceased was still pregnant in the coffin, nor did she foresee that the boy hidden within her womb was destined for great things. It was around that time, in a local grocery store, that an unusual occurrence began to attract attention, causing the shopkeeper to be justifiably startled. Business had been proceeding as usual day to day, but when they went to tally the accounts and money in the morning, 2 of those yellow paper notes with the distinctive silver stained the very currency used by souls in the afterlife for transactions are always found mixed in with the pile of receipts. It was clear evidence that something supernatural was afoot, witchcraft, ghostly visits, or some other mystery. The matter was studied carefully and with well-founded fears. Each customer was observed. Eventually, they concluded that this enigmatic situation involved that suspicious woman figure who would show up at the counter each night to buy a cake for her young child, always paying in these peculiar coins. The coins themselves were flawless, but as everyone knows, witchcraft can occur even in broad daylight, and it's often the dim light of night that reveals their true nature. One evening, the store owner, a man of remarkable ingenuity, like all shopkeepers throughout history, managed to secretly tie a long string to the hem of the woman's cloak. As she left, he let out the string following her footsteps. The next day, it was easy to trace the mysterious woman's path along the line marked by the string. It led directly to the coffin of the deceased mentioned earlier. The widower, who was known to the woman, was informed without delay. Figure. The widower and a group of curious onlookers approached the coffin and opened it. To everyone's astonishment, a strange scene laying upon the tattered, damp, full-smelling rags of feast for worms was the deceased wife, and beside her was a boy. Was he alive? Yes. Did he appear alive, though of supernatural existence? He seemed so, as no one tended to him, and there he lay forevermore. All eyes were on the child. The father reached out his arms, pulled him from that desolate bed, called him to life, to society, to the world. The popular legend adds a fascinating twist to this curious tale. The deceased, lying there wrapped in cloth and laid upon the boards, was a mother for some inexplicable reason, as no miracles are open to debate. The rest is easier to understand, the mysterious psychological aspect of motherhood, that immense force mothers display without limits in affection, without barriers in zeal, capable of any daring act. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. It could nest within that inert body and imbue will into that cluster of bones. At the first wails of the child, the cadaver began to contemplate its own withered breasts, hanging limp, empty of sap, chewed by vermin. The cadaver then moved, galvanized by love. Any mother's cadaver in those circumstances would have done the same. It started kicking against the impossible. It punched holes through the walls of its prison, and squeezing the baby close to its bones, wrapped itself discreetly in the shroud, and ran off to buy a cake from the nearest cellar. The child grew in that peculiar cradle, passing days there. That's how it acquired a pale face, turning towards the light and sky, and a black face resting in the shadows, facing the dark earth. From then on, it possessed the dual ability to know good and evil, to see gods with one eye and demons with another. As years passed, it became a high-ranking official of modest offices, as it had an aversion for riches, opulence, and high positions. Noble lords, even the emperor himself, who honored him greatly, trembled at his judgment. He read consciences and destinies. He could distinguish in crowds the humble, the good, and the oppressed. He could also spot impostors, torturers, and infames. He rewarded virtues and crushed vices. The excesses of court, the thievery of ministers, the gossip of concubines were all exposed and punished by him. Thus lived this grotesque yet sublime figure for a long time. Thus did it travel across the entire empire, to the glory of China and the consolation of the offended. The people set aside their labors and prostrated themselves in greeting along the roads, as they saw him crossing cities and countryside, climbing mountains and descending valleys, tireless, walking with long strides as if a busy procurator with numerous cases. His tattered, wind-blown cape caked in mud and dust from the roads floated behind him, his curved staff in his hand brandished angrily. His pupils glowed with rage. His bony frame was defined by the arrogant gestures, the long Asian sideburns hanging like fringes, his beard fanned out to his stomach, and the disfigured face painted in two colorsome white and one black. One fine day he left this world, but surely he is watching down from the other side, never letting go of his fateful fate. Fit Iggy 1899 caricature in Japan to Camillo Pisanha and Joao Vasco. What a great thing it is to have wit. I don't boast much about this gift, I must admit, but recently I had the opportunity to judge for myself, thanks to an exceptional flash of my mind, just how valuable a good idea can be. And I concluded that human happiness would be easy if a keen impulse from our spirit guided our steps in this world. And so I believe is satisfactorily justified the exclamation with which I begin these musings, written one cold January night in my silent study in Kobe, Japan. Let's get to the point. Poor spirit rusted by the bitter juices. Translation, existence, consumed by the long friction of things and men, suffering from the pain of the past, the insipidity of the present, and the sad promises of the future. Like you, my poor spirit You fall into a quasi-insanity, conscious of it, and therefore even more painful of those for whom, due to their sins, life becomes an immense bore. Is it morbidity of temperament, inborn incompetence for struggle, fatigue after the 1,000 misfortunes of fate? It doesn't matter. It's not worth unraveling this thread now. I spent and still spend long hours of the day by my desk. That is my profession. Anyone who entered would see me grave, correct, surrounded by books and papers, and perhaps even attribute to me a certain air of wisdom, in whose mind grand problems sublimated. Alone, only between 4 discrete walls, I would falter. My vacant gaze would fix on nothing. My entire being would become useless, lost in abstractions, indifferent to reality, to myself, dead because for some there is a death that precedes the one that gnaws at the tome's fever and exposes the white bones of the skeleton. And then one beautiful day, while casually wandering through an Osaka bazaar, I bought a clay figurine of the goddess Ofuku-san, which I placed on my aforementioned desk. Herein lies, in the end, what my brilliant gesture consists of, and I will explain why. The clay was shaped by loving artist's finger, most obscure artist. Certainly the paste absorbed so perfectly the dominant feature of the Japanese soul, a naturalistic humor. Caricature that the chubby little deity I have by my side, a trinket only 3 inches tall, is all of her a living laugh, supine, radiant. It happens that sadness, a black butterfly of darkness, flees from my company in terror. I rest my gaze on the goddess, and I burst into endless laughter, and thus I became the most amused man in this world. Before proceeding further with the lecture, it is only fair that I stop and briefly explain who Ofuku-san is. A popular deity, patroness of good fortune and joy, she plays an undeniable role of great importance in Japanese Genesis. Izagami and Izanami, the primordial gods and creators, formed Japan and had a daughter, Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, and other children, all with marvelous attributes. Amaterasu lived in the sky, illuminating the earth. What a delightful task! But she suffered immense affronts from one of her brothers, the god of the moon by signal, who grew sulky and decided to hide away. Choosing a cave for his retreat, where he blocked the entrance with a massive stone, suddenly the earth found itself in darkness. The gods, frightened the situation, certainly called for a gathered for council, and after much discussion reached the following decision. They all stood close to the cave. Takajira, the god of enormous arms, stood by the entrance as sentinel. Ofuku-san, the most amusing of clowns, took up singing little tunes, or when she wasn't singing, she played on a bamboo flute, or when she wasn't playing, she danced minuets, accompanying the dance with 1,000 charming facial expressions. So much merriment ensued. Figure which the goddess Amaterasu in her lair began to take interest in the mischief, laughing furtively or perhaps not, given she is Japanese, and shifted slightly, moving a pebble to the side and stretching her little head out. And so she enjoyed the play even more. Then Takajira, in a flash boom, landed on top of her, wrapping her long arms around her neck, pulling her close, forcing herself onto her throne, and the earth once again continued to be illuminated by the sun. Popular art dresses goddess Ofuku-san in beautiful court attire from olden times, shimmering reds, whites, and scarlets, and forms her into ultra-comedic contours of an immensely obese Japanese woman, all wrinkled with fat, neck patches, collar patches, belly patches, astonishingly round hips, and pudgy hands and feet. Her face, the immense moon-like visage, is a complete poem of triumphant and hilarious monstrosity, prodigiously chubby cheeks painted with cosmetics, a tiny little nose that barely shows a wedge, shaped, drooping, almost squashed in appearance as if hit by a hammer, a short, narrow forehead resembling an idiot, adorned with 2 bands of jet black hair, her eyebrows shaved down to the nail, according to custom, mischievous and playful little eyes glistening through the narrow slits of her plump eyelids, and her mouth a cherry-shaped pout, rosy smiling in curves, dimples and adorable folds. But no words can discriminate even remotely the expression that radiates from the entire figure. It surpasses our Western comprehension, encompassing perpetual playfulness, blissful contentment, vague traces of childish innocence, idiocy, malice, perversion, an indescribable combination of something immediately recognizable as infantile, satanic, and grotesque, yet charming. This is, in the end, one of the most characteristic and thrilling traits of Japanese art as a whole. Figure, according to books, around the middle of the 12th century, the Buddhist monk Kakyu initiated caricature painting in Japan. So be it, I grant the friar the merit of translating humorism through his brush for the first time, capturing this people's wit. But such humorism as a moral trait was born with them. It is an aspect of their sentiment, and every Japanese, past, present, or future, is a caricaturist. When studying Japan's indigenous legend in its vast collection of fables, which I believe always represent the most remote document of aesthetic traits, psychological individuality of any large human family, one encounters on stage a peculiar talking animal, fauna monkeys, crabs, foxes, badgers, rats, and various other creatures in Greek apologue. For instance, brutes are doctors, and they speak like philosophers and moralists. In the Japanese apologue, less profound, but perhaps more incisive. These critters content themselves with disguising themselves by wearing kimono, slipping their paws into sandals, making faces, playing pranks, dancing and laughing, engaging in caricatural displays of the most outrageous mockery at all ridiculousness. When arts develop, nationalize, and attain an independent, unmistakable form, caricature translating a memory from the legend plays an extremely important role, not just in painting, but across various mediums. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes in the multiplicity of artistic affirmation sculpture, porcelain decoration, ceramics, bronze work in all forms thanks to the brush and the Baron. Frogs decide to play guitar in the street. Pardal sparrow, like birds, offer banquets to their intimates, served on exquisite porcelain. A procession of foxes parades, leading the bride, the little fox, to the happy groom waiting at home. Boys climb onto Hote, the god of benevolence, and one bolder one even perches on his bald head. Warriors wear comical masks with an indescribable design. Hokusai, the great master of popular painting school, delights in drawing stalks with a single swift stroke, wonderful splashes of color, pulsating with observation and truth in his album dedicated to Mount Fuji, the sacred mountain. He frames it through a net that a fisherman pulls from the sea and through a spider's web between the legs of a naked tanner's adjusting a harness on top of a pole, and reflected in the teacup held by a ragged beggar. In 1804, during a festival at a temple, Hokusai had a sheet of paper approximately 200 square meters spread out on the ground, another barrel of water, one of black ink containing about 80 liters, and 2 enormous brooms along with 3 smaller ones were brought in. The master entered, holding a broom dipped in ink, and traced giant curves onto the paper. After a few minutes his work was complete. only understood when some of the thousands of spectators recalled climbing to the temple's roof from a distance. The immense painting portrayed an astonishing bust of Daruma, the great Buddhist apostle. At that same time, Hokusai painted a group of birds on a rice sack, enchanting but only discernible with a magnifying glass. This caricature, or rather this humor, which the Japanese master performs with unique skill, mastery, and prodigiousness, is what captivates. It's through this, the secret of exaggerations, the audacity of execution, that he achieves glaring intentions in lines, infuses an almost human soul into landscapes, a concept into trees, blooming branches, or the simple outline of a rock. In Japanese painting, for example, a grouper, a crab, a lobster, the most mischievous zoological figure imaginable come to life on the canvas, expressing will, intention, and emotion, such as hunger, fear, or lust. One wouldn't say that it's the faithful reproduction of the model that gives this effect. A photograph of a crab wouldn't pulse with life. Rather, it's the intentional exaggeration of certain lines, the practice of a mysterious art naturally inspired by a profound understanding of the creature structural and sentimental aspects, animalizing the artist to some extent while humanizing the brute, allowing for uncommon caprices that elude the observer's discernment, leading them to exclaim, for no apparent reason, "That fish is sad. That shrimp is burning with jealousy. That worm is laughing." Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Mora's figure. Japanese humor does not limit itself to arts. It permeates the people's customs and habits. When we intrude upon indigenous intimacy, unexpected absurdities and exquisite extravagances still strike our pupils and prolong our wonder. I do not intend to write here a treatise on this people's exotisms. I will merely point out at random some of those that come to mind. Figure are not these extraordinarily wide sleeves of dresses, and in their very nature the stunning polychromy of the hues absurd, and these wooden peens, akin to footwear upon which the Japanese bare feet rest, and these enormous hairstyles that transform women's heads into ambulant colossal monuments, and the obi, the silk belt that cinches the musume's hips in layers overlaid and finished with a colossal bow, and the custom of married women, when in a gesture of detachment from worldly vanities, they shave their eyebrows with a razor and gloss their dentition black. The paper house, the Lilliputian garden, life spent on one's knees on a mat, meals served in tiny bowls and eaten with pointed sticks, the domestic art of preparing tea and flower arrangements, dance, music, an improvised bed in a corner with 2 silk blankets and a small piece of charred wood as a pillow, the thousands of greetings exchanged between 2 people who meet, every aspect of indigenous life, intimate or social, are surprises, extravagances, unique exceptions, mere pretexts for playfulness, as if Japanese had been born into this world to laugh at everything they do, and first and foremost at themselves. It is not difficult to comprehend why, in their interpersonal interactions, words are secondary to gestures, a more eloquent way of transing thought crater. The Japanese people themselves are a caricature. Those who have the patience to read me further should not be surprised by my assertion. I will prove that the very God of Japan, the sublime creator of Dei Nippon, shaped this land in a playful state of mind, with no system, no studied program, and without haste, certainly not in a hurry, indulging in comical caprices, dictated by his imagination and executed by his omnipotent hand, a tool at work, be it a scoop or a file, sculpting, retouching, caricaturing what emerged from chaos like flowers from the water. Then, Having completed the work, he must have let out a resounding laugh. Figure from ancient times to today, a wrestling exercise, now known as a sport, is practiced in Japan and enjoys great popularity among its people. It is the favorite spectacle during certain periods of the year. A space is marked off in a field with mats and bamboo, and at the center a small circular elevation is arranged, banners and flags are flown, drums beat, and crowds of hundreds of curious onlookers flock in, buying their tickets and finding seats. Two men, almost nude, engage in hand-to-hand combat like those in the Greek arena until one. Here is the translation of the text. Preserving the name Moraes, from them the companion falls and is proclaimed the winner. These professional fighters are chosen from among the giants, the athletes, and it is in the province of Tosa that they are particularly recruited. They are not men, but caricatures of men, monsters, enormous, each weighing as much as 6 ordinary Japanese. One cannot imagine, nor can one describe, the faces of such subjects. They are distorted masks, beardless faces, sharp little eyes squeezed against their foreheads, robust and toothy chins, plump ears, thick and crooked noses, and a strange sarcastic smile, a mix between a child's laugh and a demon's. There are no words to explain the breadth of their figures, the obesity of their flesh, the rolled up arms, almost feminine, the erect breasts, the enormous protruding bellies, their slow and undulating gait like a Siberian bear in freedom. Scholars assure us that these monsters of Tosa are the last remaining precious living models of the prehistoric Japanese race. It could be in today's Japanese, although usually slender, small, delicate. It is not repulsive to believe that there is something in common with the fighters of Tosa, as if they were descendants, a vague resemblance to a grandparent, or even further seeking affinities with the goddess, O Fukusan, who continues to laugh at me and at her. Let's take another look at the crowd in theaters, fairs, pilgrimages, bazaars. In general, one can say that the type of the Japanese, his female counterpart, and even more so among the obese, or thin, or dwarfs, or albinos, or hunchbacks, or leaper those with a little devil's tail, or those with their noses pinched. In all those cases where a deformity stands out, it is suddenly caricatural, comedic to the point of making us die laughing. Magan is a derogatory term for Japanese people. You, when you gave us images of your gods, your household geniuses, some plump like barrels, others skeletal and macabre, some jovially corpulent, others terrifying, sending lightning across the earth, you portrayed yourselves holding a paintbrush in one hand and a mirror in the other, Magan. Specializing from among the street crowd, that miniature figure so irresistibly captivating the foreign visitor's attention, full of all sorts of nuances, perfumes, freshness, kindness, the musumia term for a young woman or girl, we can still define as a caricature, the most mischievous caricature, the most delightful human chimera on which travelers' eyes have never rested. To delve into the enigma of the tribe's moral character is impossible. We only vaguely know that their inner life flows serenely and childishly, without storms or exacerbations, in cultures of bushes, star-gazing warm baths, care near the mirror, playing with children, wandering through fields, tea ceremonies, rice dinners with pickled daikon radish, and tranquil naps under a green mosquito net. But from this same people also sometimes explode great drum-assed, cruelest murders out of jealousy, double suicides from love, despair. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. She is embraced in a final hug, and this horrible bloodthirst, the man transformed into a beast, slaughtering all living things he encounters, a state of madness known among foreign travelers from the East by the name of a Malay or Javanese word. The tribe seems to have been commissioned for this exotic land that was granted to them as heritage. As we traverse and study it in its various aspects, we better comprehend the aesthetic nature of the people, their national soul, its delicate touches, graceful peculiarities, whims, and absurdities, multiple manifestations of a particularly unique character, but also heavily influenced by the special environment. By comparing the common everyday aspects that unfold in this world to other exceptional ones, in stark contrast with the usual disposition of things. I wonder if terms absurdity, caricature, are permissible when judging the work of the omnipotent creation. Is there such a peculiar island, a caricatural pine tree? If these terms are acceptable, if such an island and tree exist, then one cannot imagine anything more absurd or caricatured than this archipelago, already strange from birth, emerging abruptly and seemingly by magic from the depths of the ocean, tenuous, lacy like a jewel in filigrane, convulsed at all times by mysterious volcanic tremors, battered by tremendous cyclones, sometimes invaded by the enormous waves of the Pacific, a fickle geological chimera after all, which may disappear into the abyss tomorrow without surprising the scholars. Such is the Empire of Japan. Figure the extravagant, implausible, incredible landscape of porcelain and paper lanterns, now spread everywhere, is indeed the scenery of this Japan. Hill slopes, crags, verdant plains, lakes, waterfalls, frothy torrents, dormant riverbanks, deep valleys, inland seas dotted with islands and rocks, all reduced to graceful miniatures, grouped in incongruent ways and projected onto stunningly colored backgrounds. This is what the eyes grasp at a glance. Let us delve into the details. The conifers, some enormous species, clothe the slopes, climb up the river banks until they crown the highest peaks of the mountains. Here, a forest of gigantic bamboo, whose eternal shadow and somber peace cast hallucinations on anyone who ventures to explore its mystery. There, another forest of maples in November, their delicate-fingered foliage turns from light green to scarlet. The scene thus gains delicious terrestrial exoticism, as if one were suddenly treading upon the surface of Mars or Saturn. The seed of chance fell on a stone at the edge of the water. A pine tree grew, its root network wraps around the granite, and the trunk stands alone, twisted, contorted by years and weather, reflecting in the clear blue mirror its eternal verdant mane. There are trees ennobled either by their age or their strange form, famous as heroes, visited by a multitude of pilgrims. The plum trees, cherry blossoms abound. In spring they cover themselves with astounding, luxuriant flowering, never seen to such an extent anywhere. But they do not bear fruit, the deceivers. In the gardens, exotic flora continues to thrive, unknown. Climb where you can the asagao and open at dawn for a few hours its fresh campanulus of any color, because varieties are countless. There are thousands. Unfold the peony, enormous, paradoxical. And line up the chrysanthemums, the national flower, under canopies that protect them from the sun. They might remind courtesans on display in pleasure districts, with their extravagance of colors and designs that echo the colorful chaos of women's dresses and hairstyles. They are truly like giant octopuses, sea monsters multiplying into thousands of twisted tentacles, white, yellow, pink, or blood red. Now, let's turn to the fauna. In the sky, dark flocks of crows, karosu, soar, mocking and laughing with their shrill cries. Enormous black butterflies, never seen before, suck the nectar from the flowers. By day and by night, the constant noise of crickets, grasshoppers, and other creatures echoes. During the hot summer nights along the rivers, a fire rain of lightning bugs in countless numbers lights up noisy celebrations. In the lakes of the gardens, golden fish with exploding eyes, tattered and fiery red tails, resemble long beggars' capes. By the paper house basks the miniature rooster, no bigger than a pigeon, and at the door the native cat appears, skeletal, grumpy, without a tail. Because all cats in Japan are born without tails, or it might be the barking chin, a true dog caricature, with bulging eyes leaping from its orbit, no nose, a plume-like tail, a degenerate relative of any monster from ancient times, now extinct. Thus, all of Nippon art people landscapes, plants and animals is one delightful masquerade. How can one convey this to someone who doesn't know it after writing what I have written and concluding that I haven't left my thoughts? Look, fix a spherical or cylindrical mirror. The reflection of shapes is an endless, hilarious surprise with upside-down faces, twisted lines. For such is the appearance of Japan. Everyone knows how caricatures, through drawing and writing, exert a decisive influence in societies. Humorous paintings and books capture attention and reign over spirits with unique intensities, alien to other art forms. Why? It would be difficult to explain here. Certainly, irony in the created work does more than create it, stigmatizes a flaw, points out a ridiculous aspect, emphasizes a virtue. Trivial things, like we know them, pass unnoticed or are quickly forgotten. Exaggeration, on the other hand, remains etched into memory by the sharpest of styluses. A good portrait of a person, such as Balzac or Bonaparte, if you will, may be seen today. Tomorrow nothing will remain in the mind. But if the caricature is brought back to life, its summation lingers inside, a persistent reminder of the individual's facial traits and more. Whether it be for these or other reasons, it is undeniable that caricatures represent a highly powerful tool to impress people. Their effects should be studied. For instance, in political polemics, where they act as the most potent sledgehammer against institutions, thrones, and beliefs. Rip's the new road where advanced parties invest. With this established, now imagine a package unleashing a band of blonde foreigners into any Japanese home. They all, the clowns, have on their faces that bland expression of head, one of the most frequent forms of beauty in European races, and judging by the blue porcelain eye, devoid of expression and soul, one can admit that within the shell there is nothing but pebbles in place of brains. Figure rough hands, red hairy, enormous feet, stigmas of a temperament averse to art, and all delicate feelings. They align according to manifestations of taste, all dressed in white, cocked hats on their heads, yellow shoes, and little bouquets around their waists. As respectable entities, though perhaps not for anything. Some are wise, others are sailors, others diplomats, others possess wonderful tricks of the trade. But poor things, in all of them lurks the devastating microbe, originating from the big centers born from the decay of disbelief, egoism, envy, covetousness, and misanthropy, and in their faces and gestures something already shows of the evil they have contracted. Some lend an arm to other subjects without a mustache, with equally large red hands and enormous feet, wearing yellow shoes. They use canes, high Brittany collars, ties, bell-shaped tunics, a litter on their heads filled with herbs, birds, and ribbons. They are the ladies. The poor foreigners find themselves suddenly and surprisingly in this exotic milieu among all exquisitely artistic catchall and smiling, that is all of Japan. Overwhelmed by appearances, hallucinated by the imposed initiation, they also laugh and think they feel the native grace and kindness of the scenes. Here they cross roads and mountain trails, follow numerous caravans to visit famous places, join pilgrimages, enter temples and theatres, drink Japanese tea, and even, burlesquely kneeling, eat boiled rice and delight in raw fish that the cute girls serve. Figaro, the Japanese landscape, how charming and fresh, strange, paradisiacal, and how here thought expands in a long, serene, and loving meander, so distinct from the dark concerns that beyond, in Europe, saw existence. But I don't know what about the Asian soul, subtly mocking and sarcastic, subtly intolerant, hovers here, emanates from the colouring form of things, the animal's cries, the people's gestures and voice. It is not defined but exists, hostile to the poor intruder, in everything. It is like a continuous and impudent exhortation from Buddha and the tutelary gods, murmured at all times, "Go away, return to the land of blondes, contemplate your gods, visit your temples, recreate yourself in your salons, drink your whiskey and soda, but leave this soil alone, which is not yours, which hates you, where to assimilate the harmony of creation and national feeling. You need a flow of spirit and serenity of conscience that you lack. Sooner or later, tomorrow, in 2 months, in 2 years, the blonde man will grow weary, grasp the futility of destinies that created Japan." For the Japanese, some desert and do it very well, others stay. Among those who stay discontent with the land of exile takes root, spreading like a corrosive leprosy. Figured discontent in women crystallizes briefly into hatred, desperate hatred, without truce, explicable by the greater nervous vibratility in the female sex, by idle life, and also and primarily by the painful encounter with the indigenous woman whose fresh profile and refined feminine touch are a terrible provocation to their merits. The eternal Japanese mask, carelessness, chronic laughter, caricatured traits of everyone and everything, the mocking dichotomies of the Joikas, foreigner, Aijin, foreigner, all irritate, eventually escalating into an unbearable torment that does not even respect the home, entering through windows as a mosquito exam. A sad home so often. With Mr. Fulano's family, regardless of the nationality and situation, it is likely to be a permanent guest, boredom, drunkenness, dissipation, fraudulent collapse, theft, suicide, adultery, murder, all the excesses of an incongruent society succeed in the small European colonies in Japan with a sad frequency, eloquently so, 1900. 2 Japanese cemeteries by V all made a de-Isa at the end of December, on the eve of Christmas and New Year. I found myself one beautiful day, not quite sure why, wandering in the old European cemetery in Kobe. The old one because there is a new one that recently opened up, where so far only a dozen or so inhabitants have gathered. It's located far from the city, on a gentle hill, spacious, with beautiful horizons around it. The old cemetery, with modest dimensions, filled up with residents over 30 of years of use and was then set aside. The old cemetery is in the heart of the city, to the west and near the customs buildings, where a dirty neighborhood begins, full of factories, warehouses, and a wretched crowd of porters and beggars, enclosed between the high red brick walls of enormous goods depots, with no other horizon, little air, little light, humid and desolate. This place is indeed sad, to the point that, if I am not mistaken, the ancient pines line it bear witness to the desolation that reigns hereby, their dark green leaves twisted in convulsions. figure today, which is Sunday nearby, just a few steps away on the public park's grass, the crowd of Portus Englishmen, Americans, Germans, the cosmopolitan crowd in shirt sleeves, without hats, yelling, running, gesturing, shuffling, playing tennis, football. Beyond that, down the native traffic streets, I presume there is a great influx, festive markets, people drunk among Japanese and foreigners. Of the latter, it are especially the ladies who get most excited with Christmas Day approaching, frantically scurrying the city in carriages, jinrikshas, on foot those feet. Crashing through stores, haggling over dolls, trinkets, sweets, all the countless frivolities that will make up those magnificent Christmas trees ready to appear in the salons. Poor Christmas. In these exotic countries of gain and adventure, celebrations here is the English translation of the text while preserving the name Moraes. The particular family traits of European people lose their harsh yet loving edge and transform into a mere sport, an irritant massagerto, put it bluntly, a mere pretext for ostentations, dissipations, and gossip, reflecting all the symptoms of exile's morbidity. For the Japanese people, the impulse is entirely different. The New Year's Day is the main celebration of each year, the only one for many. It is a religious event that moves the native soul, leading crowds to temples to offer thanks to the gods for their blessings and to pray for new fortunes. It is an intimate family affair, mandating the sweet duty of greeting relatives and friends. No one works. Everyone dresses in new attire. Altars and homes are decorated thus, with admirable foresight. People purchase small trinkets at markets to adorn their homes, rice cakes, farm cut flowers, and hair blossoms essentials for even the most modest farmer or worker's family on that blessed day. In my current location, serenity reigns supreme in contrast to what buzzes outside. It is undoubtedly true that the dead do not celebrate Christmas, nor do I might add, having been a bohemian without a home and family for many years. The harshness of this sad winter day, devoid of sun, gloom, and humidity, weighs heavy here in the cemetery than elsewhere. A very light snow dusts the air, barely visible, but stinging the face like pinpricks. Now and then a fresh gust shakes the pine branches, breaking the silence with a faint murmur of leaves, definitely leaves. Or perhaps it could be the sorrowful rustling of their dead as they move from one grave to another. I wander both in steps and spirit. I am alone, almost entirely so. Moments ago, I witnessed an elderly Japanese woman, the cemetery caretaker, bending down to gather some wood chips scattered on the ground. I pass among the graves, reading epitaphs, studying the tumular botany of the planted shrubs and spontaneous mosses, casting a sympathetic glance at the wilted crowns that here and there rest against the marble of the tombstone spore crown, scorched by the sun, torn by the wind, gnawed by worms, polluted by dust, and crumbling into powder. This graveyard is graveyard with priests and missionaries and mission countries from all sects and cumbers, numerous Japanese seafarers, captains and sailors, businessmen, and a few obscure names of women and children without titles or history. Now I come across a Portuguese name, Felisberto da Cunha, from Figueira, who died at 40, and his wife, a Japanese woman, had him build this mausoleum. From path to path and grave to grave, I find myself in front of the tumular monument to the French sailors murdered in Sakai. A somber tale, and here in this Japan renowned for its great hospitality and courteousness, it strikes an odd and almost unbelievable chord. For it was quite here is the English translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. The truth is that more than 30 years ago, on A March day, a steam launch from the corvette Duplex waited on Sakai Beach for some officers who had gone ashore and headed to Osaka. By chance, a troop of Mikado samurai from the province of Tosa passed by, and without provocation or any slight reason, they opened fire on the sailors, killing 11. These are the 11 tomes of these martyrs, of these poor comrades, for I am like them. A sailor, which I now contemplate. On 3 stone steps stands a tall cross, and to the sides 5 each way, with the candidate in front as if they were on the deck of the corvette in formation, lie the 11 bodies, the 11 coffins, those surely reduced to dust, these blackened over time, and by the leprosy of dried lichens. Let it not be forgotten that more than 30 winters have passed since this sad formation began. Inscribed on the cross is, in memory of the 11 sailors of Duplex, massacred in Sakai on March 1868. They rest in peace. Massacred! How jarring this is on this land, in the day Nippon of loving landscapes and perpetual smiles on passing faces. I continue reading the inscriptions on the tomes. Here lies Gillen Charles Pierre, candidate of first class, aged 22. Here lies Bullard Vincent, of third class, aged 21. Pray for him. Here lies Nunale Genmouth Thaler, of third class, aged 25. Pray for him. Here lies Condet Francois D.I. Sire, sailor of third class, aged 24. Pray for him. Here lies Lemur Gabriel Jacquemery, quartermaster third class, aged 29. For him. Here lies Savy Jacques, sailor of third class, aged 23. Pray for him. Here lies Humett Arzini Florimont, sailor of third class, aged 24. Pray for him. Here lies Langenaise Auguste Lewis, sailor of third class, aged 22. Pray for him. Here lies Bobes Lazare Marie, sailor of third class, aged 22. Pray for him. Here lies Modest Pierre Marie, sailor of Sin class, aged 26. Pray for him. Here lies Grunenberger Victor, boiler man of third class, aged 24. Pray for him. The litany is long, as you can see, and quite moving when one pays attention to the ages. 11 young men, a square of illusions, loves, and hopes. The oldest in the group would today be 62, if he were alive. Thus all these poor youths could still be enjoying the sweet joy of living. If fate had been less cruel, the candidate would likely have donned his captain's uniform, adorned with laurels, and the sailors might be resting in their native village, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Barbaric troop of Japanese soldiers. One can reconstruct the scene on Sakai Beach in one's mind. Some beautiful blondes, rosy, cheeked like peaches, robust like young Hercules. They laugh, play, sing, trodden on the soft sand. It is a band of brothers. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Mores, all of the same age, addressing each other as two, passing the tobacco pouch from hand to hand, and even mouth to mouth with the smoking plaster pipe. Look, Jackers! Pay attention, Gabriel, and they slap each other on the backs, their playful, keen pupils shining, pointing with grandiose, rough gestures at the strange shapes of the landscape, the twisted pines that fringe the horizon, the almond trees in their amazing bloom, the wooden and paper houses, the museums in silks, seductive, exotic, captivating aspects of a wonderful country, now opening its doors to the curiosity of Westerners, captivating the imagination of these young Frenchmen accustomed to the monotony of long, weary travel. It is said that the children of Sakai were gathering on the beach and standing around the sailors, mouth agape, astonished by their ways, their uniform, their features of white race, and that these shared some bread from their provisions with the children. Suddenly, a boisterous band appears somewhere, restless, multicolored by the unfurled flags and silks of their hammocks, and gleaming with the weapons they wield. They are samurai of the empire. The scene is indeed interesting. The little sailors, surprised and attentive, are all eyes. Eyes that will soon close when the boss fall most motionless on the sand after a hail of machine gunfire. Barbaric horde of Japanese soldiers. Figure in my wandering spirit after the most ferocious scene of slaughter. It is now the fate of these samurai that I remember, and that stirs me. Do assassins stir me? Yes, the years have passed over the events and cooled the rancors. Today, one can remember without disgust, with sympathy, even in their bloody trances, the brief struggle of resistance that the old feudal Nippon maintained against those who sought to wake him from his dream, and for the Sakai band, old soldiers, belonging to the noble warrior caste. It would indeed be an odd exception if virtues of the caste unwavering dedication to leaders, sacrifice of oneself for the country, and love for that country raised to the intensity of passion, even higher to the paroxysms of delirium, did not shine in their souls, redeeming them from opprobrium. History fully explains the hatred then nourished by the warriors massed towards strangers. The shogun, supreme commander of the emperor, with his residence in Yedo, had signed on his own behalf treaties of friendship and commerce with America and Europe, and foreigners were already eagerly stepping onto Japanese soil in Yokohama. By this act, the shogun violated the sacred dogma of the empire, which was absolute isolation, exclusion from the Western world, contemptuous disinterest in the universe, eternal and undivided joy, deliciously selfish of the wonderful country that gods had bequeathed to the chosen people. When news of this unprecedented insult reached Kyoto, the holy city where the court lived around the sovereign, the most intense rage erupted, and all energies to humiliate the shogun and forever sweep from the homeland the stubborn intruders, death to the barbarians, was the cry of the sovereign. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes from the court. The feudal lords proclaimed, "Death to the barbarians." This was the creed they instilled in the hastily assembled legions, who rushed forth to expel, massacre, and exterminate the foreigners. The shogun, supreme in command until then, was lost. The earth trembled beneath his feet. A political volcano raged, poised to crush him soon. But due to the misfortune of the times, the energy and audacity of the intruders were to prevail, imposing the will and the rhetoric of the diplomats, prudently underscored by the hail of cannons, had to be heeded. The days passed, and the solemn decree of extermination could not be carried out. Occasionally, one or another samurai managed to decapitate a blonde English head, earning hearty applause from his superiors for the deed. Early on, the ruling figures realized that the struggle was impossible, that the Japanese mystery was ending, and Japan slowly opened its doors, entering into negotiations with foreign diplomats, no longer at the initiative of the incompetent shogun, but by the sovereign's own. The shogun, now useless, was deposed, as if not content with imperial will. A bitter struggle ensued. He was defeated and retreated to Yedo. These events unfolded in quick succession. Most of the nation could not grasp them, nor presume of the emperor's intentions. The vast majority of the people grew to hate the shogun and repeated their creed, "Death to the barbarians," unaware that the situation had changed, that the court was already dealing with foreign powers, and that aggression against Europeans, which had once been somewhat justified, was now condemned and severely hindered the course of imperial politics. Thus the soldiers from Sakai, massacring French sailors they encountered, believed they had fulfilled a grateful duty to their sovereign and their country. They were mistaken. In response to the strong complaints from French authorities, all 20 guilty parties were condemned to death's punishment. As not criminals, they were granted harakiri, or honorable death, with each one carving into their own flesh with a dagger. Figure, the ceremony took place at Myokokuji Temple in Sakai on March 16th. A terrifying spectacle unfolded, not one of sorrow, but rather a bloodletting festival of death, surpassing European comprehension. The courtyard of the temple was filled with an array of imperial officials, French authorities, witnesses, friends, bonzos, monks, curious onlookers, vibrant in colors and elegant uniforms, as each condemned man appeared in turn dressed in mourning attire, knelt before them, bowed deeply, greeted the crowd, solemnly received a ceremonial short sword, plunged it into his stomach, tore at his flesh with a steady hand, staining their clothes scarlet, and allowing blood to gush out into a nearby urn. Their brows furrowed in pain, their skin pale, their bodies hung limp forward. Minamura no Kichi, Minamoto no Motoki, aged 25, penned a brief poem in his final moments of life. Here is the translation of the text. Preserving the name Moraes thus, they condemn me. I do not dispute my death. It will serve as a pretext for justice in the future, which will decide if, for the honor of the fatherland, the barbarians should be expelled. Nishimura Sahiji Minamoto no Yujietsu, aged 24, wrote the following. I am nigh weighed down by dying. Life passes like dew that disappears with the wind. One thing troubles me, the future of the fatherland. Kagami Isakichi Fujiwara no Mitsunori, age 38, wrote the following. It is necessary to illuminate the nation's spirit. For this, I offer my body to my country. And when his entrails fell, he made mention of casting them in the face of the French. Ushi Jinkichi Fujiwara no Yoshinobu, aged 38, wrote the following. Let us make today's sacrifice of life with the greatest respect, for we are all children of this godly fatherland. Sujimoto Shirogora Minamoto no Yoshinaga, aged 34, wrote the following. I feel my heart delighted by the agony I suffer as I give my life for the fatherland. And he, in a gesture of respect, offered his entrails to the French. Katsuge Saburoku Taira no Aishihaya, aged, wrote the following. No one can shake in a samurai's mind the feeling they owe to their lord. Imamoto Tetsuzuka Minamoto no Toshio, aged 28, wrote the following. Many condemn the soul of a samurai. Those who know him well will think differently. Morishita Mokichi Fujiwara no Shashijimasa, aged 39, wrote the following. Let us open the way for the ignorant so as to illuminate the world. Kitashiro Kensuke Minamoto no Katayoshi, aged 36, wrote the following. There is one way to leave your name for posterity. Sacrifice of life. Inada Kwanoyo Fujiwara no Norashage, aged 28, wrote the following. The Japanese do not fear losing their lives, just as the cherry tree, queen of trees for its blossoms, loses them one day. Yanagase Tsuneshichi Fujiwara no Yoshioshi, aged 26, wrote the following. Let us sacrifice our lives here and show foreigners what Japanese noble courage is worth. In all, there were 11. The scene stopped here because the commander of Dupleix, having already noted 11 deaths for the expiation of 11 crimes, was satisfied and asked that this spectacle cease. Of the forgiven samurai, one committed suicide soon after taking for granted the grace shown to him in exchange for dying with his peers. The others dispersed. One still lives today. I presume in Nagoya, an interesting old man who happily recounts the peripetειas of that horrifying drama. The 11 samurai were buried right there in the cemetery near the temple. I visited it just recently. The temple is a peaceful retreat of shade and silence, so old that a few months ago a strong wind almost reduced it to powder. Pilgrims first visit an inner garden where a sacred tree, a huge saguaro, occupies all the space, casting its green fronds around. Legend attributes to it many long years of existence, and it is said that nearly 4 centuries ago Shogun Nobunaga so delighted in that tree that he ordered it uprooted and transported to one of his gardens. But the saguaro gazed so intently and mourned day and night that here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. There was no remedy but to bring him back to the old resting place. From the garden, one passes to the small cemetery. The tombs, presenting the form of granite cubes, nestled together in a moving intimacy. Among the stones, azaleas flourish and mosses verdure, and kind hands lay down branches of flowers and greenery. Among these tombs are those of the 11 samurai. Further ahead, the charred urns that serve as the punishment line up on an altar, and dark stains still remain from the blood shed. As I said a moment ago, years have passed over events and cooled rancors. In these 2 cemeteries, in Kobe and Sakai, there is not even the dust of bones left, only legends exist. In Kobe, the 11 tomes evoke in the mind that period of frenzied Europe, its curiosity, its probing gaze, facing the gentle inertia of this corner of the world, and the squads that explore it, aiming their cannons at it, and the diplomats who intrigue, insist, ultimately forcing conviviality among nations, and as minor peripecias almost forgotten, and not weighing on the progressive march of business, the inglorious sacrifice of some humble workers in this enterprise. In Sakai, the 11 tomes recall the desperate resistance of a happy tribe against those who sought to tear them from their loving dreams, shred their legend and belief, and proclaim that such happiness is no longer permitted. Poor dead! With one look of the soul filled with tenderness, I embrace the 22 graves, 1900. Figure the Matsuyama mirror to the daughters of Carlos Campos long ago in Japan, a happy couple, rustic people, a model of conjugal virtues. Lived, they were both, and a little girl, their charm. The people have already wiped the names of this family from memory. It's no wonder when one considers that so many centuries have passed. Only the place is indicated, Matsuyama, which means Pine Mountain in the province of Akigo. This brief indication suffices to imagine the scenery, mountain ranges, pine forests following each other in a succession of mountain ranges and pine forests, the land, the rock, filled with moss, fern and coarse grass, valleys, precipices, waterfalls, where water gushes, foams and roars, crows croaking and cicada humming, rare paths wending, trodden by sandals of those who pass, and here and there some humble cottage of peasants made of clay and straw, where after the hours of toil, intimate life slides into long rests on a mat in primitive simplicities, facing the great peace of the wild scene, and the boundless blue of vast horizons. In one of these cottages lived the couple I've mentioned. One day, serious matters called the husband to the splendid city, to the capital of the entire empire. Imagine the commotion and bustle in the cottage. Regarding travel, the wife's experience was limited to a trail she had only rarely followed, 2 hours' journey from her home to the nearest small town. Now various fears assailed her. Dark dangers and hardships crowded into her mind, the malevolence of the spirits. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes of Forests, countless trials that the companion would face. On the other hand, He was proud of the idea of being the first to set foot in the place where he would see with his own eyes the court's mansion and the sovereign's wonders. She had her little one and home responsibilities, and though homesick, she had to resign herself to her duties and the longing for that harsh absence. What a tender farewell! No kisses or hugs were exchanged, as the Japanese do not offer them. Tears did not flow, as the Japanese never cry. But there were so many courtesies and smiles, and such a long-last conversation with him promising to return soon and her offering countless advice, that it was indeed a to-wit gift to witness such a loving and happy couple. And off went the husband. Weeks passed, one after another. To cut a long story short, news his return spread. She is seen then, the circle dancer, sweeping, washing, or arranging, setting up the hut for the glorious arrival. The little one undoubtedly requires the most care. The precious silk kimono, the belt around her waist, the flower in her hair, all new and fresh and beautiful, are carefully put on. She examines them, and the delicate fingers of Mom, in adorable curves, leap, fly, here smoothing creases, there tying bows with unique and prodigious skills. Let it be known that no hands are more beautiful or more skilled than those of Japanese women, nor any mothers more loving than these ma'ams from Japan. She herself, the Mom, also takes care of herself, not shying away from adornments, perhaps not by skill but by instinct, and there she is, slipping her bare feet into large, shiny new wooden clogs, and donning a cute kimono in blue and white. And off they go together one day down the path, tick-tock, to meet him. Oh, what joy when they encountered him safe and sound, so happy, swaying slightly in his slow steps to prolong this sweet moment even more. Good day, dear husband. Good day, my father. And their bodies bow in courtesy, and their little heads almost touch the ground. And as the little one claps her hands, and her eyes light up when he wants to sit her down on his lap and show her the toy box she bought, full of wooden carts, plush foxes, a viola, tiny kitchen gadgets, and many other wonders, she promises to entertain them for days with tales of what her eyes saw in museums bursting with exhibits, dressed like goddesses, princes in resplendent processions, riding on charred litters, people prostrated in the streets, adoring them, serenades by the river, boats overflowing with women adorned, balloons, and strings of violets playing while fireworks of every color light up the sky, giant temples with enormous bells ringing, palaces filled with luxury, gardens blooming with flowers, and everywhere. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moras, a vast crowd, comprising old people, boys, young men, was filled with joy, laughter, a relaxed mood, and the immense industry of the markets, with their stalls selling trinkets, gold, silk, porcelain, countless decorations without measure or bound, all worthy of adorning fairy mansions in the realm of chimeras. The husband then handed his wife, trembling with emotion, a beautiful wooden box carefully closed, and said to her, I haven't forgotten you. As you see, I bring you something very lovely that you surely don't know about a mirror. Kagami, as they call it in the city. She opened the box and examined the gift. It was a large metal disc with its handle, featuring a silvered face adorned with bamboo foliage and stork flights, and the other side clear and brilliant like pure crystal. It is known that, since glass manufacturing is quite recent in Japan, small mirrors from Western industry were only introduced here recently. In old time, Japanese mirrors were metallic, crafted from precious alloys and artistic labor, expensive items excluded from the homes of villagers. Thus, it is plausible that given the simplicity, the rustic rural folks' souls at the time, they may not have realized their beauty by never seeing themselves in a mirror's reflection. But let us return to the story, excluding digressions of little interest. The husband said to his companion, "Look carefully at the bright face of this mirror and tell me what you see." She was all eyes, completely surprised and in awe, and she eventually responded that she saw the face of a very kind woman with an enchanting oval, sweet black eyes, and a ruby red pout. She also said that this woman kept staring at her. If the woman laughed, she would laugh. If she spoke, her lips would move in accompaniment. And as if that wasn't strange enough, she was wearing a kimono in blue and white, identical to the one the wife was wearing. The husband smiled, already looking like a doctor due to his travels, and benevolently convinced his wife that this woman was herself, and the mirror, through some mysterious explanation he couldn't provide, merely reproduced her own image and its enchanting qualities. In the city, many young women owned mirrors like that one, and they would look at themselves and enact their features, sometimes styling their hair, painting their lips scarlet, or simply for the pastime of admiring their beauty. The wife was overjoyed with the gift, and, let it be said, filled with pride in herself, seeing how beautiful, fresh, and desirable she was. Weeks went by, followed by months and years, consumed by this euphoria, gazing at herself, flirting who will excuse her vanity, until finally she realized that a mirror was too precious a jewel to use every day in their humble shack amidst the solitude of the forests. Thus it came to rest inside a drawer, forgotten among the family's old relics. Days, months, and years passed. Happiness continually blessed that home. The great joy of the couple is their daughter, who grows up surrounded by affection, becoming the very image of her mother. She mirrors her mother's submission, affection, and energy in her labors. Free from female vanities that often harm young girls in the future, she enjoys the thoughtful precautions of her mother, who, remembering her former whims, never entrusted an old, unused mirror, forgotten in a drawer, to her daughter. The days, months, and years pass by. Many years go by. The mother, now an elderly woman with snow-white hair, lies prostrated on her bed, weak, near death. Her daughter tends to her, multiplying her cares, uplifting the sad patient. "Figure, I feel I am dying." The old woman says, her eyes dimming, "I'm leaving you and our old friend. That's what weighs on me. I convinced myself that this good thing would never end for you. Who will remain, I fear much. The world is a vast sea, full of dangers." She paused, reflecting deeply, running her bony fingers across her forehead. Then a thought occurred to her, one of those old tricks that always serve for the veteran. She continued, "Look, I have an idea. Take this mirror, this miraculous object from far away, and swear to me that once every day and once every night you will look into it. I will appear to you then in the same mirror, and thus, with my company, you will find more courage in life, more strength in distress, and more resolve with the indecisiveness of youth and the troubles surrounding you." The daughter swore this, and the old woman passed away peacefully, resigned, smiling at the green landscape and the festive sun that bathed the house in golden rays. The museum kept her word diligently. Thus she walked down the path of existence, always accompanied by her mother, who never ceased to appear to her while holding the miraculous mirror in her kind hands. It was not the lifeless, withered figure lying prostrated in agony, slowly fading away, but the gentle mother from other times, full of kindness and smiles. She found herself with her in a serene gathering, without reserve, conversing with her, confiding her secrets and the jitters of her maidenhood to her, and on that pure face she drew comfort and reward. The old man sometimes caught his daughter gazing into the mirror, smiling, murmuring simple confidences. He found it strange, and one beautiful day he intended to question her about this oddity when the young woman asked him a question, revealing where she saw the chimer of love in which she wrapped her thoughts. "Look, my dear father," she said, "don't you see my mother in the mirror?" What the old man clearly saw was his daughter's image, right there beside him in flesh and bone. What flesh, what bone, full of life and kindness. But he decided it would be wiser to preserve her under the guise of illusion, wrinkling his harsh parchment-like face. He said, "Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. Without realizing it, one would laugh or cry or both at once." He surrounded her, asserting that yes, he saw the sacred mother and how beautiful and fresh she was, just like on the day of their engagement, figure 1900, Lovers, by Jake Godinho de Campos, a print from Macau. Figure what would that band of lepers do who were caught and seized by the colony police. What could that band of lepers do, except in the middle of the river, on a miserable boat, all night long, dark and cold, now fluing gliding along with the current, now gently rowing back and forth from shore to shore, keeping watch. They were bony village children, giving us from afar an impression of muscular robustness, accustomed to the hoe and the life of washing. Up close, their poisoned skin wounds stood out horrifyingly. They were indescribable, useless, abject beings, almost missing hands and feet, as their fingers fell off in putrid pieces. Disfigured faces scarred by evil, without noses, with gouged lips, with chapped cheeks, even more sinister by the shame etched on their features and gazes, revealing perversities of soul of the lowest caliber, undoubtedly stemming from the supreme degradation of their existence. They wore filthy rags without a defined shape or recognizable color. They hid their foreheads, perhaps ashamed, under the enormous brims of the rota hats worn in the villages. Were they fishing? It wasn't reasonable to assume so at those hours of the night, and in that location, neither on the miserable boat, where some tattered pieces were piled, was there any evidence of anchovies or other fishing gear. Begging, even less likely. At such times everyone sleeps, including the beggars. The river slept, silent, lugubrious, due to the appearance of its black waters. The fierce hooves of the large launches gathered in clusters, vaguely drawing along the banks the little boats in schools, attached to bamboo poles driven into the mud. Only occasionally would a rare tanker cross from one side to the other, chop, chop, oars slowly moved by somnambulant girls, satiated with the day's work, something like going to fetch a straggler back from play or orgies to their shelter. He wasn't one of the nocturnal travellers, nor was he a poor tanker-era fisherman's wife, for it was a band of lepers who would manage to catch a handful of fish that could compensate for their watchfulness. Nor was their misery truly such that it would drive them to such harsh extremes. It is true that the leper is excluded from human settlements. In more rural areas, they kill him with stones if they encounter him. However, in Macau, the gentleness of customs generally prevents this measure, even though the miserable person lives by the riverbanks on rotten boats or among the mud, hidden from people like a poisonous insect. Meanwhile, the river provides him with viscous fish, crabs, mollusks and worms. Stray dogs occasionally find in the offal a handful of cooked rice, and so does the leopard, just like them. In the arrogance of his appalling objection, the leopard does not come to display himself to disgust or opprobrium. He smiles at the world with disdain. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. He dwells in a cave, eats filth, drinks putrid water, and his misfortunes generally allow him to be content with this wretched existence. Finally, it was discovered what that band of lepers was up to. Those low outcasts spent their days in isolation, each minding their own business, devouring whatever chance offered them in the mudflats. They knew each other by proximity, living on the same shore as Mako, and the common adversity created tacit alliances within their tribe. Yet, since they didn't depend on one another to suffer, to hate creation, to nest in filth, or to die, they kept their distance. In their respective dark, rustic imaginations, so rigid and limited, cultivated in the confines of their holes, in curses and rancorous misanthropy, it never occurred to them that someone might intrude upon their crowd, share in their distractions, rekindle feasts, frequent markets, invade temples or theatres. But through the gloomy and slow process of thought, during long days, months, and years of isolation and idleness, a desire began to grow within them, slowly solidifying, eventually becoming a torment, like a constant, relentless pain. It was the woman desire, the torment of women. Worldly pleasures were not sought, nor even imagined. They were above such chimeras. Yet, amidst the caressing environment of life, in the presence of flourishing trees, fragrant flowers, creatures calling to each other, the songs of the earth, creation's glories, and the love between sexes, their minds would also echo with these thoughts, electrifying their nerves. The sight of a woman during endless monotonous days appeared as a growing appetite, a hunger for flesh, and the wretches, haunted by obsession at every moment, suddenly sprang from their ragged beds, contorting in agony, their foreheads beaded with sweat, eyes ablaze. Then, silently, each felt the need to associate with his neighbor, to band together. Unity makes strength. They sought one another, understood each other. Horrifying conspiracies unfolded in the darkness of long nights on the mudflats. Secrets were whispered, plans devised, and discussions held. Their eyes pierced like rays, coarse phrases issued from their lips, eloquent and persuasive, their deformed members raised in tragic gestures. Thus they chose the least rotten boat, appointed their crew, captain, and waited for a darker, more auspicious night to set sail. And so these strange cruises at random began and continued. Behold, the immaculate band of cursed ones, cloaked, gliding or rowing with fear, gently, gently, in silence, probing the darkness. If any vessel passed by, their subtle ears and experienced eyes studied, surmised, divined. When the right moment had arrived, O supreme delirium, in a burst of oars and desires, the boat flew, made its approach, and the 1,000-headed monsters descended upon their helpless victims. In the attack, with fingerless hands, they suffocated the women's cries, with fists or by pressing, in an instant, with a surge of fury. Here is the translated text, preserving the name, Moraes in the harbour. We could distinguish the old from the young girls, separating the tender meat from the hard bones. And with a hunger for hyenas, their pestilent mouths devoured, they bit into the poor girls who struggled in vain during the terrible struggle of a moment. After that, the boat of the lepers gently docked at the edge of the shore, and they scattered silent, almost happy, indifferent for a while to the itching of their wounds, and then they would gather again weeks later. In the tanker, the girls stood crying, shuddering in horror, despair, and shame over their wretched fate, and even more wretched, as it were, by a single kiss, according to popular belief, that leprosy spreads and multiplies from body to body. 1900. A painter of cats to D. Miguel de Melo Bon, one figure. Once upon a time, in very distant times, there was a family of good farming people living in a certain village in Japan. Husband, wife, and a flock of children, poor folk, of course. And the hard work that fell to the peasant was such that he barely had enough each day to provide rice bowls for lunch and dinner for all those voracious mouths of the boys. The oldest boy, already at 14 years old, robust as if a man, began to help his father in the fields and on the hillsides. The poor father, whose strength was waning, and the others, each according to their age, also did what they could. Even the little sister, a mere speck of people, went helping the busy mother with her household chores. Only the youngest boy didn't do anything worthwhile. He was useless, not that he lacked judgment. On the contrary, he exceeded in cleverness any of his brothers or sisters, but he was stubborn, weak in muscle, and very early the parents realized those tender arms were not meant for the plough. Make a monk of him, they agreed, and it was with this intention that one beautiful day they took him to the temple in the presence of the old priest, who could be said to be the prior of that parish. The father spoke and presented the matter, while the mother nodded her approval. The reverend, who had quickly detected rare shrewdness in the child, agreed to take him as a pupil, perhaps secretly thinking that chance was bringing him a worthy successor when the time came for him to leave this world. And everything was settled. The novice proved from his first days to be submissive, intelligent, and pious, and also, let it be said, his rough yellow tunic and shaven head with the razor didn't suit him poorly. But as there is no beauty without a flaw, according to a Portuguese proverb, and the philosophy of proverbs applies to all humanity, the boy had one defect: painting cats. We will explain the case, which is curious. During leisure time or study time in the temple, the cell, the garden, everywhere he was, he would start painting cats. And so well did he paint them, let's do him justice on this point, that up to that moment no painter had painted cats better than the little friar. The pages here is the English translation of the text preserving the name Moraes, of the sacred books of the convent, the walls, the screens, the pillars, the trees. The rock's a child's strange obsession. Everything served. Everything was a canvas for his insatiable urge to draw. Wherever he passed or paused for even a moment, an endless succession of sketches ensued, the whimsical curves of the feline crosses of all sizes and postures, perhaps even drunken, with round eyes, ears flattened against their heads, the stubby little tails, Japanese cats don't have tails, and daring claws guarding them. One could almost sense the Reverend's growing annoyance at such unrestrained behavior. Countless times he rebuked the artist, as he ironically called him, trying to dissuade him from this sad obsession that prevented him from studying the ancient Buddhist texts with proper attention. All efforts were in vain, not out of malice, but by instinct. The more they banned his art, the more determined he became to paint cats. Eventually, on one fateful occasion, the Reverend lost all patience and shouted at the unyielding young man, "Go! Leave me! Good father, you will never be one. Perhaps you will be a good painter." The command was final. It was easy for the boy to pack his few belongings, sling his little bag over his shoulder, and bid farewell to the master priest. Figure, he found himself on the street, cast out in dire straits. What should he do? He trembled at the thought of returning home, where his father would surely punish him for his obstinacy. Then he remembered that there was another village 4 leagues away, with a temple filled with bonzes, and he set off towards it, hoping to find shelter and protection among the priests. It was common knowledge that this particular temple had been abandoned for months, ever since a demon or mischievous spirit had taken up residence within its walls. Many brave warriors had ventured inside, but not a single one returned. However, these tales, which were already causing fear in nearby villages and cities, had not reached the ears of the young boy. It was pitch black when he arrived at the village. People slept in their thatched huts. High on a hill, nestled among the trees, stood the magnificent temple, its interior glowing with an ethereal light, a beacon of hope for the unfortunate child. The light seemed like hope, but locals feared it was a devilish enchantment that lured lone travellers to their doom. He knocked on the door once, twice, 3 times, but no one answered. Finally he realized that all he had to do was push it open, and with a slight effort from his arms he gained entry. Stepping inside, he cast off his dusty sandals at his feet. A lamp burned brightly in an inner room, yet not a single bonsai practitioner appeared among the many who should have been present. Assuming they were out for a stroll and would return soon, he decided to wait for them. Time passed, and his curious boyish eyes explored the surroundings, taking in the peculiar sight before him. Here is the translation of the text. Preserving the name Moraes, he thought. The place was in disarray. I noticed with astonishment that trash abounded, and up on the ceiling spiders were weaving their long webs without ceremony. It was strange that, being a temple usually kept clean and well maintained, it found itself in such disrepair as if abandoned. This is because, likely, the holy monks lacked the assistance of an acolyte, who, as custom dictates, is responsible for cleaning, sweeping, and dusting every morning, a task practiced with meticulous care in Japan. He logically concluded that they would be well received in his own interest and that of the community. Now the young boy, continuing his examination, fixed his gaze on a piece of furniture that captivated him, a large screen with 2 white faces standing before him. An irresistible desire came to me to fill those faces with cats, hundreds of cats, thousands of cats, beautiful, fluffy, and mischievous, with their bristly whiskers and sparkling eyes. A sudden joy illuminated his dreamer's face. He thought and decided. He found the classic Japanese desk nearby, complete with a paintbrush box, a metal dropper filled with water, a piece of black ink, and a brush pad. Hands on. He began. The brush flew in humorous curves. His inspired little hand darted up and down, making points here and there, translating his own impression with prodigious skill. Thus, on that improvised canvas, clusters and clusters of adorable cats appeared. He drew so many cats and spent so many hours that the poor boy suddenly felt sleepy and exhausted. In a nearby cubicle, he retreated and closed himself in. He lay down on the tatami mat and soon fell asleep. Late into the night, an unprecedented noise awoke the child. Shrieks, groans, and the sound of bodies falling came from the adjacent room where he had been. The walls, floor, and entire house trembled. The struggle lasted until dawn. How terrified he was! Lying immobile on the tatami mat, he seemed like a dead thing, holding his breath, so that his presence would not be detected. Figure by morning light, and with the sun high overhead, he rose and gathered the courage to peek outside through a crack in the wall. What he saw was terrifying. Large pools of blood spread across the floor. Right in the middle of the house, a massive rat lay dead, crushed. Larger than a cow? But who had killed the monster if no one seemed to have entered? By chance, he noticed the screen where hours earlier he had painted so many cats. There they were, with their muzzles covered in blood and their paws equally so. It was them who had vanquished the demon. Over time, the young man became a great artist. Even today, many cats painted by his unique brush are admired. The chronicler from whom I extracted this legend draws no moral conclusions from the story he tells. I will. In my opinion, if allowed, first of all, I am not inclined to believe in things from the devil, yet even in Japan, I conclude that if the convent rat was so large, it must mean the pantry was well stocked with an immense arsenal of delicacies, which, despite what is said about friars from other lands, such as Portuguese friars das honras, to the frugality of the Magans, for it is not recorded that preserved ham and jam ever nourished a gluttonous rat to such a size. At the same time, humiliated and confused, I realize that the painters from my country are far from the creative stroke of the painters from Japan. Lastly, and perhaps this final conclusion is the most useful, I see that sometimes our qualities which others laugh and scoff at are the ones that serve us best in this world. Figure 1901. Rapid impressions to S. Piers Rodrigues. It was a moonlit night in April. Splendid. I was walking along the Suwayama path in the highest part of the city. On one side were lined Japanese houses, including the most famous Kobe Chayas Tokiwa and others, where the Japanese come to relax. On the other side, it was a steep ramp covered with pines, leading up to an uncultivated hill, rough and accidented, where a notable temple stands. In the Chayas, according to custom, there was a party. The paper sliding doors were closed, but the interior light filtered out vividly, drawing some figures of guests in delightful parasols. They were the figures of them, my friends, gathered together, certainly feasting on the tatami mat, and they were the figures of them, the geishas, pouring wine into tiny porcelain cups and singing ballads to the sound of the shamisen. Music, songs, laughter reached my ears in a vague whisper of joy. Before me walked 5 European men, people from distinguished society, as one could tell by their meticulous attire and language, and by the aroma of exquisite cigars they were smoking. They were speaking English. 2 were discussing finance. Japan is going a terrible economic crisis. Government coffers, it seems, are emptying. Traders at a standstill. 2 large factories in Osaka have suspended work. 3 others were talking politics. First, it was the Transvaal, and they calculated how many Boers had already fallen under the shower of English bullets. Then they moved on to the Far East. Russia threatened the Japanese Empire with the slightest pretext. The most trivial, war would break out. They discussed the chances of victory, estimated the damage, the number of victims in the first clash of fleets. Perhaps all 5 of them were right, but it seemed to me that people were a bunch of gloom mongers reveling in ruin, getting along well with the stench of the dead. I imagined they hadn't been born under this brilliant moonlight that illuminated everything and rained silver over the earth, nor was it for their lungs that the pines of Suwayama now burst forth with vigorous shoots, nor were these scents perfumed with multiple blossoms far away for their enjoyment. I suppose them to be poor things, dyspeptic, bilious misanthropes. Perseguidos by crucial nightmares in the cozy nooks of our beds, we are haunted by crushing nightmares. At that point, the geishas of Suwayama intoned a popular song beginning with Haru wa Urushiki. Its initial stanzas can roughly be translated as these stanzas in spring. Embrace yourselves among the blooming cherry blossoms. In summer, wander by the riversides, embracing warmth. In autumn, witness the foliage turn a fiery scarlet flying. In winter, peek out at the snow, sipping wine and singing. When I wrote Spring and dedicated it to a delicate friend, I promised myself, and I believe I also promised him, to meticulously complete, with patience and meanderings, the portrayal of the seasons, to which time the sun and the color of the sky in this enchanting land of breathtaking scenes give more intensity and emotion than elsewhere. Due to laziness or other reasons, I didn't fulfill that promise. However, nothing is missing that could fill the gap. But now that I need to compile scattered impressions into a volume titled Landscapes, it seemed indispensable for literary conscience to revisit the subject and concluded it. An editor's haste is requested. I take on this endeavor. I gather the fleeting notes found in forgotten old papers. Best this way. Chance impressions, quick sketches, seem preferable to an extended study attempting to capture the scene shifts that today, tomorrow, my eyes glance at, and I don't miss the opportunity, through natural instinct, to apologize to those who read me, to translate here a delightful page from a French book also about Japan, written a few years ago. Circumstances are more conducive to inspiration than all human effort, and everyday experience is the great instigator of imagination. See, in literature, usually the shorter a work, or if lengthy, the more it consists of pieces, fragments initially written at random over time, the better it is. A long history book, a lengthy novel, a long philosophical or moral treatise never match a collection of memories, a short novella, an intimate journal, or a notebook of thoughts, and no epic poet will ever achieve the vitality that spontaneous luck bestows on them with such enchanting charm. Perhaps a sensible man should decide to publish only volumes of detached pages. I aim to be sensible once in my life. Summer. A furnace like heat. In Africa, chinate's no longer suffocating. Nerve-wracking exhaustion takes hold. One collapses from laziness and lethargy. Meanwhile, it is during the summer that Japan reveals its authentic typicality through nature and its people, as described by legends, painted by art, and as foreigners imagine it. The land is entirely green. Forests grow, grass climbs, and rice fields flourish in flooded valleys. In gardens, the Asca, the precious vine blooms, its flowers, fresh, campanulous, of every imaginable color, last only until dawn. In waters, the lotus blooms. Attire reaches peak simplicity. A single blue and white cotton kimono tied at the waist is all. Sometimes it's not so much. The European, when still a stranger to the place, is then surprised by this naked or almost naked Japan, strolling without ceremony its legs, arms, necks, breasts, and even more a paradoxical display of grotesques and charms. The house, during the day, also undresses its paper walls, leaving only the roof and 4 beams. They are laid bare to everyone's eyes, the home, the intimate life. It is the era of pilgrimages, excursions to temples, to cool places with breezes, shadows, and water. One climbs Mount Fuji, the sacred mountain. One seeks shelter under a pine tree for a snack or to rest in company. Bodies stretch out on the grass, just as you do. The Musumis go to dip their feet in the sand of the beaches to collect seaweed and shellfish. The rivers invite in some among the reeds is the night hunt for fireflies, in others the Sansidago in Tokyo, the Odawa in Osaka on calm nights. It's the immense fleet of pleasure boats, all of them multi-colored sailboats with lanterns, balloons, streamers, and instrument harmonies, feasts, boys, girls, love. Figure autumn. In November, the chrysanthemum blooms, the heraldic flower. An amazing thing. It doesn't seem like a flower to me. It's more like a monster with its enormous mane of thousands of petals, twisted like tentacles of a polyp in indefinable colors. Lit up in gardens under shelter tents, the chrysanthemums remind me of women. They remind me of court girls from Yoshiwara. When they wear their rich polychrome mantles, when they adorn their hair with frightening diadems, and they stand in rows, pompous princesses of vice, enchanting and perverse. In autumn, the foliage of the trees naturally loses its green and turns into the most vibrant and strange colours: yellow, red, purple in various hues. The landscape offers an unimaginable feast of colours, momentary, because the breezes soon strip the trunks and dead leaves blanket the fields and paths. The delicate tree here called momiji, with its graceful digit-like leaves, turns completely purple like fire. Under the cover of its blazing branches, people gather in groups, coming to laugh, drink, and enjoy themselves, captivated by the scene, which is unparalleled in wonders. Winter. Figure, but does winter exist in Japan? I believe so, for water in ponds and streams freezes, snow falls profusely, mountains stretch across the horizon wrapped in scarves. However, even under the December sun, the chrysanthemum blooms, and by January the plum trees, bare of leaves, begin to flower. So let it be a winter of flowers. It's certain that this great desolation of long winters in temperate climates is unknown on Japanese soil. The landscape is always cheerful. The sky is always blue. Pine trees, which are the most abundant trees, remain evergreen. If then gatherings around the fireplace stretch longer, fingers reaching for warmth, drinking tea, people continue to flock to theatres, markets, markets, and gardens only out of caution or coquettishness. The musumers covering their heads with delicate cloak of colour, they leave only a sliver of forehead and black, love-drenched eyes visible, a trickster's charm. They become more alluring in this state, it seems. Snow, which is considered a calamity in many regions, becomes a delightful thing here. So much so that women, whose names are always as sweet as they are, reminding one of flowers or other kindnesses, often refer to her as Yuki-san, Lady Snow, or more politely, to Yuki-san, noble Lady Snow, a term used frequently. A snowfall, without disrupting people's lives and comfort, turns the mountains, fields, and roads into a splendid white apotheosis of purity. It cuts through trees with crystal ornaments, displaying itself as an immense, uniform flowering that emerges from grass, bamboo, cedar, and pine. It covers tops and temple backs with snowflakes, on top of the granite foxes that lurk nearby, and stone lanterns in gardens. It lingers in fluffy clusters, enhancing nearby objects with seductive highlights. Where water flows, the cold freezes drops, putting them to sleep, transforming them into intricate stalactites that will soon be broken up by a warmer ray of sun. In Japanese vocabulary, so naturally expressive, there is a term I remember now that has no direct synonym in European languages. It's yukimi. Yukimi means an excursion or feast prepared to watch the snow fall. In certain picturesque tea houses like the hills of Kyoto, gatherings are held. One can see young men and geishas with their guitars. A noisy party begins, occasionally paused for silent contemplation of the spectacle unfolding. Meanwhile, Snow falls continuously in a light whispering of almost rustlings, as if silks were being dragged across the ground, covering trees, straw roofs, even settling on girls' dresses and white hands. Another topic, art history. In Japan, there have never been, nor are there currently, any scholars. I believe this is a measure of national hygiene, a result of ancient habits of keeping everything clean, shaking off the soil like spider webs from walls. As for history, it's clear that the role of the historian, with the dryness and coolness we associate with it, does not exist. Japanese history is created by the people, including valuable contributions from the elderly, girls and boys. It emanates from traditions, legends, and the sentimental intuition of the masses. It resembles the biblical gospels written by rude disciples of Christpor and simple fishermen unacquainted with classical gatherings, lacking science and art, but embracing poetry, belief, and love. In Japanese history, just as in the pages of the Bible, one feels the spirit of the tribe, inclined due to rural people's general tendency towards miracles, wonders, and the impossible. We must only not forget that the Japanese, less idealistic than the Hebrew, don't soar too high into the realm of world affairs. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Mores, the chimerous, traversing land to land delight in weaving together charming narratives of the adventures of their illustrious men. For this people are entirely composed artists. The history of art is always under the spell of their country's natural beauties, and it is from this chapter of art that I extract some charming legends. The venerable Chayo Densu, who lived during the first half of our 15th century, was a great religious painter. As a novice in the Kyoto temple Tofyukuji, it is said he already took painting to paying with passion, leading to his superior Dade's displeasure, who would severely reprimand him. One day, after completing a portrait of Buddha, he heard Dade's footsteps approaching swiftly. He hid the drawing between his knees. The figure entered the cell, breaking things and muttering. Suddenly, a radiant glow from the god emitted apotheosis flames that filled the entire house with light. The novice's transgression was thus revealed, but also given as Dade humbled himself before this celestial sign and never troubled his disciple again. Figure towards the end of his life, the shogun deigned to reward him for his many services, telling him he could ask for anything. "I need nothing in this world," retorted Chayo Densu, having a freshly laundered kimono to wear every day and a bowl of rice. "I only request, my lord, that at your firm command all the cherry trees in this temple's garden be cut down, so that they no longer become place of folly and disrespect." His wish was granted, and at Tofyukuji not a single cherry tree blooms to this day. Tadahira, from our 10th century, once painted a cuckoo on the fabric of a fan. So perfect was the cuckoo, so inspired the brush that drew it, that every time someone opened the fan, the cuckoo, exposed to the light and landscape, would wake up and let out its typical cuckoo call. Marvel, Mariano Kyo, a modern name as he belonged to the 18th century, was a very famous painter, perhaps the last glory of the classical, conventional school, yet brimming with loving realism in his concepts. One client commissioned him to draw a fierce bear. Diligent Okeo asked a villager for help, requesting notice when any appeared in the mountains. The warning came swiftly, as such creatures abound in Japan. And there he went, with paint brushes and everything else he needed. Wandering through the fields, he encountered the animal sleeping next to a tree. Hands to work, he quickly completed his task and retired. But soon after, frustrated, he ripped the canvas after showing it to a professional hunter, an expert in bears, who noted that while he found the painting beautiful upon close inspection, it lacked verisimilitude. Here is the translation of the provided text, preserving the name moras, because it did not translate the vague undulation that is proper to the having of a breathing body. The best part of the story was that after many years, the village resident had told old Okio about the bear in the mountains that would stay by the tree for days on end until it became known among the curious that the creature wasn't sleeping, but lay there dead. Figure one day, the shogun generalissimo of the empire dreamt that a priest appeared to him and spoke these words: "I am the deceased superior of Kurama Temple, and I beg you, Lord, to command Kano Motonoba to paint my portrait so that it may be placed in the temple where I spent my long days of existence." Upon waking, Isama the Great artist gave him the commission and learned then that she had had a similar vision during the same night. The worst was that Kanano did not know the Reverend, nor was aware that there existed a single portrait to serve as a model. The task was ungrateful. The painter spent countless days with a blank canvas before him, holding his brush and paint, immobile, perplexed, desperate never to be able to realize his intent. It was on one of those days when a spider descended slowly from the high ceiling until it landed on the canvas, spinning its web, which was nothing less than an outline of the friar in quick strokes. Kano merely had to complete the work with its easy details. Another difficulty arose. Kano had painted a giant portrait on a large canvas and did not initially realize that he could never get it through his modest inn's door. Once completed, and as the problem seemed insoluble, suddenly a fierce gust of wind knocked down a wall of the inn, carrying triumphantly through the air the exquisite painting to Kurama Temple, where it remains today, admired by visitors. Sesshiu, a glorious name among the painters of day, Nippon entered as a novitiate at 13 years old into Hofukuji Temple. It is known that during his apprenticeship he applied more to art than to devotional practices. Once, for an offense of this nature, he was placed in penance alongside a column in the temple for long hours, with his back tightly bound. When the superior came to release him, imagine the shock of the subject. A band of mice emerged from the feet of the poor boy, fleeing in terror through the house. What was the explanation for this incredible event? I will tell you, the penitent, tearful and inactive, had been entertaining himself by painting those graceful animals, the dusty roof, using his own tears as paint and the big toe of his bare foot as a brush. Logically, the rats saved the precious lives that the artist had just endowed them from the old man's wrath. This is an old classic legend from the Shinto religion. The Shinto temple Shimo Gaimo in Kaudo is dedicated to the goddess Tamaeri Haim. This, before giving the faithful a reason to worship her as a saint, was. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Mora's adored. She was once finger-picking sentimental melodies on her guitar by the river Seminagawa when she spotted a red feather floating on the water's surface, topped with beautiful feathers from a certain forest bird. She plucked it and took it home, placing it next to her bed. Immediately after, a miracle happened as she gave birth to a child. Her parents, skeptical of miracles, despite her innocent protests, simply didn't believe in the miracle, accusing her of a shameful act. Years later, Taketsumi no Mikoto, the father of the heartbroken woman, decided to clarify this mystery. He offered a feast to all the neighbors, and when they were all gathered, addressing his grandson, handed him a cup filled with sake, the country's wine, and said, "Take it to your father." The child obediently went out into the street and stood gazing at the sky, murmuring a prayer. Suddenly, she transformed into a ray of light, ascending to the celestial regions, accompanied by her mother as she began to glorify her. I found myself in broad daylight in a luxurious indigenous neighborhood that they said was called the Night City, as it only awakens and comes to life at night, dazzling with balls of light, harmonies, and joyful people who stroll around to rest at dawn. At that hour, the strange city, bathed in the intense tropical sun of August, lay still. A torpid quietness prevailed. Few figures were seen, beggars, vagrants, castaways of life blended with the shadows cast by the buildings and trees that lined the avenues with their gardens. I casually focused my attention on a more extravagant building, vast in size, entirely made of new wood, high with 4 or 5 stories, surrounded by balconies from which rich silk bedspreads and mantles of vibrant hues hung to air. I couldn't discern what mysterious inhabitants this silent place harbored at that hour, but it gave the impression of containing within its secrets a legion of residents. At the center of this building stood triumphantly a large portal made of lustrous woods, followed by an entrance hall, then several steps leading up to a staircase with polished trades, and in the distance, very far away, were covered passages lined with very clean mats, doors slightly ajar, revealing a vague dim light filled with the verdant greens of gardens. Near the portal, 2 young servants, almost naked, slept on a bench like tired guard dogs from their vigils. I noticed that female figures passed by occasionally far in the distance, languidly and slowly, with disheveled hairstyles, dragging along ample silk tunics adorned with floral intertwining patterns. One of them, out of carelessness, advanced all the way to the portal, raised her arms high, thrust her bare fingers through the jet. Black hair on her head, and in that position she stared at the blue sky as a bird flew by, quickly. She was incredibly gentle and beautiful in her dress, with graceful youthful figures, her bare feet in humble attire, and an expression of 18 years or younger, childish yet conveying the inner look of someone attached to passivity and unaware of things in this world. A voice from within, Soul Saw, called an imperative by name, Mitsu Ryo, and I continued on my way, sudden wake to a painful awareness peculiar to me in the presence of certain glimmers of existence. Sometimes a tiny nothingness, confused and fleeting. Mitsu Ryo literally means honey offered. To whom? To the crowd, to everyone. In Japan, once a year is the girls' festival, and another time each year is the boys' festival. Figure the first as justice dictates and, in deference to gender, takes place within families. Everything happens behind closed doors, and the profane cannot pierce the joys of those dressed with meticulous care and attention, in ecstasy before the altar set up at home in their honor, where, along with holy things, a collection of dolls and toys is displayed, a miniature series of the mirror, sewing box, brazier, teacups, kettle, everything that later their tender fingers will caress in the placid exercise of their duties as wives and mothers. The boys' festival is public, ostentatious. It's true that at home trophies of weapons and allegories of warriors are gathered, along with toys suited to the innate restlessness of boys, but what the family cares most about is a curious emblem that adorns the entire city, offering passers-by a strange tableau of festivity and joy. Every parent who doesn't have children erects a tall bamboo pole at the foot of their home, tying a giant paper fish, magnificently painted in black or red, scaled, with a wide tail and bulging eyes. Each ties 1, 2, 3, or even 4 fish, according to the number of children they have, and there are some homes so blessed by the gods and so diligent in their duty that they tie 7, 8, or even a school of fish. Anyone interested in statistics could, from an elevation overlooking the city, register the number of suns simply by counting the number of fish on each pole. Indeed, the noble worms that produce the most soldiers for the imperial army. There is a lovely legend behind this custom. The paper fish represent carp, which are abundant in Japan. It is known that carps live in rivers and enjoy swimming against the current, climbing from the mouth to their source. Those paper fish, purring with the faint breezes typical of that time, usually in May, taking shape against the wind, perfectly depict this phenomenon. Thus, a man must, throughout his life, acquire the obstinate tenacity of resisting, of going beyond the current of reversal, disappointments, and intrigues, until he reaches the serene lake of peace of conscience and abundance gain through his intelligent work. The festival serves as a reminder to modern Japanese youth, sharp, sullen, suckling at their mother's nipple, or older, chasing cicadas perched on trees, licking sweets, and repeating in school. More than tomorrow, they will constitute the active and leading mass of this swollen tribe of patriotic prides and embraced in ambition. If one day I am left with idleness and patience together, I will still write a long chapter inspired by the Japanese woman as I understand her, or rather, as I do not understand her. Not now. Now, I only intend to speak about her in brief phrases, at the whim of the rapid ideas that occur to me. What is her destiny, the allure of home? She would thus be, to put it simply, a singing canary, gentle and useless, jumping around, chatting in the sun, and filling the whole house with joy, if one did not include in such allure 2 further merits, a delicate instinct for order, cleanliness, and a fond maternal care, so loving that perhaps it has no equal in the entire world. Therefore, without an active mission per se, appearing to be born into this world for a sweet passivity made up of cares and smiles, to make her husband happy and prepare another man, her son, for life. Without initiative in the mundane tasks of daily existence, simple in habits, occupations, and desires, her condition preserves and even exaggerates the peculiar attributes of her sex-physical delicateness, fixed in refinement, and an ingenuous childlike flow of speech. Is she a slave to men? It is difficult to say in this world, which is all about slavery. Yes, perhaps, and one recalls this old moral precept, still not forgotten. Obey your father, later your husband, later your eldest son. In the meantime, some must surely be delusory. For what purpose do they serve these musimans? The perpetual smile of their lips, the gestures and facial expressions of affection, the foppishness of their attire, the grace in their fingertips that enhances everything they touch, except to bring the brutish master under their desires and whims, for men are brutal on every planet, and to relax like voluntary princesses. They consider themselves happy, these Lady Apric, Lady Chrysanthemum, Lady Spring, there is no doubt, concluding with this same smile of fresh lips throughout the day and possibly all night be the effervescent joy of their eyes, the serene undulation of their miming, already anticipating them in the 1,000 household mysteries, already on the street, along the paths to markets, temples, theatres, flowering fields. It is true, however, that a great difference sets the Japanese woman apart from her Western counterpart, at least from those who are imported and set foot on Nipponian soil, to such an extent that I am convinced any wise zoologist who descended from Mars to these parts would never dare classify them as members of the same fauna. Look at this little girl, all creases of clothes and manners, fragile, without muscles, with childlike hands and wrists unsuited for effort or struggle. She spends her life on her knees, on soft cushions, playing with dolls as if they were her children, or playing with her children as if they were the dolls. If she leaves home, she drags her little feet. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes, uncertain steps, lazy, a bohemian butterfly without direction or purpose. She knows how to care for her hair, paint her lips scarlet, play the shamisen, compose flower bouquets, serve Japanese tea, read stories of fabulous foxes and legendary monkeys. Now compare this human chimera with the rugged travellers that the sea casts ashore here, bold examples of feminist fashion, sources of muscle, of daring spirit, wearing a monocle, a cane, and a collar. They leave their wives, if they have any, to run through cities at giant's pace, or even faster, skillfully handling their bicycles with firm hands. Some are journalists, others missionaries, doctors, sages, or nothing at all. There is no possible comparison between the two. The European outshines the Japanese with her triumphant merits. That humble and timid one would have only one chance, for Revenger to slightly open her silk kimono in the area near her chest, patent her pair of white and plump breasts with pink-coloured nipples marked by the teeth of the little boy who plays on her neck, naked in fur, a kind lady whose letters come fine from time to alleviate my loneliness, told me just recently regarding 2 books I wrote which she read kindly, and the subsequent prolonged literary laziness that followed. You gave your illusions to the public. The public now expects your disappointments. I'm not sure what I replied at the time, but this is what comes to mind as a response. While writing the last page of this book, let it be known for free that we publish our illusions. However, it would have been better to keep silent. But as for disappointments, I suppose there is no permissible advertising. They are endured in intimate silence, and pride, among other reasons, dictates that we do not divulge them. Meanwhile, to the Japanese nation, with whom I was particularly contending the gentle observation mentioned above, a bit mischievous, seemingly only aiming to stimulate my lethargito, the Japanese nation, I must confess I am still in the period of enchantment and spells. There is no land, as far as I know, and I've known many, more dazzling than this one. There is no people more interesting than this one, by moral character, customs, artistic soul. There are no more affectionate women than these muses, and there is no happier people in the whole world than this Japanese people. It's enough said. What time and experience have taught me is the deep conviction of the absolute incompatibility between all this and Europe. Japan belongs to the Japanese, and only to the Japanese. Europe, like a drop of oil in water, it always remains isolated here, not assimilating with its surroundings. Why? Due to irreconcilable differences in sentiment, education, habits, that invincible barrier defined in 3 words, racial difference. My lady, to be able to summarize a feeling, as I just did, to sense enchantment in what is forbidden, to say that it is grateful. The scent of a bouquet of flowers shown within a crystal globe is no easy task. One must elevate the soul to an extreme aesthetic altruism, paradoxical even, not through virtue or science, but derived from sad life conditions. And when one is already so poor in hopes and desires, the individual crawls like a moral pariah, oblivious to everything. Figure such a pariah at some point, just one point, is as great as a god. He sees the world from above. Ants seem to him. He follows with his gaze the ants in battles, struggles, cares and pleasures in such a state of disinterest and independence. It costs little then to point with his finger at the tribe that seems best endowed among the sharing of graces, saying, "Gideot is this one, the day Nippon." So let me keep something, the illusions of this country and its esteem, and this is not an illusion. 1901 is Samboshi 2 Japanese story to a Ferreira de Almeida. In very distant times, a married couple lived in the province of Setsu in Naniwa, as the city of was Osaka called. They were alone. They never had children, although they ardently desired them. Now, having offspring is a great concern for Japanese families. It is even considered incomplete and almost shameful to exist without them, thus leaving one deprived of passing on their family name and the duties of ancestral worship to the natural heir to such honors, leaving only the sad option of adopting a stranger's child who, with the inheritance of the family name, assumes the responsibilities of presumed primogeniture. Figure a son. At least a son, even if he were an invalid, a monster, a scrap of humanity, with a height of a finger, but a son. Such was the constant theme for many years of the couple's most grateful hopes to which I refer. When, from the wrinkles on their faces and the whiteness of their hair, the good old people concluded that they no longer had the strength to rely on their own initiative, they raised their thoughts to the gods as dispensers of all miracles, referring to dedicate their devotion to the glorious Maujin, the deity revered in the famous Sumiyoshi temple just a short distance from Naniwa. Almost every morning they would go on a pilgrimage together, each holding onto their walking stick, for their legs had already bent under the weight of winters, and it was then a spectacle truly moving and at the same time grotesquely surprising that made passers-by weep and laugh at those two old people full of anointment and embraced in faith, raising to heaven their poor scarred hands and imploring the god to give them a son, no matter how small or ugly he might be, as long as he was theirs. One day, after several years had passed, the Sumiyoshi deity finally took pity on the old couple's constant pleas and appeared before them to say, "I will grant you your wish, good people." Here is the English translation of the text. Preserving the name Moras, the Catchers, you must have a son. The two jumped for joy as if it were impossible to imagine. They laughed and playfully clapped each other on the backs, returning to the inn. Not long after, the old woman felt with excitement the first signs of pregnancy, and after 9 months she gave birth to a child, a boy. Caspity! But now consider the most surprising aspect of this tale of the baby. As beautiful as love, had the size of a doll, like those made of porcelain used in Japanese gardens, contained in a vase or box, much to people's delight. The parents' shock was great, and so was their disappointment, but truly there was no cause for complaint against the god who granted their prayer. A son with the size of a finger as his height. They named the boy Isamboshi, which translates literally in Portuguese, the little gentleman. The chronicles do not mention if he was fed with a bottle or if the mother's nipple suddenly swelled and offered itself eagerly to the child's lips. What is a fact, however, is that Isamboshi grew up graceful and clever, not so much in size, though. By the time he turned 10, he was no different from when he came into this world. This gentle deformity brought unhappiness to the home, and even a certain restrained resentment against the supposed kindness of the god of Sumiyoshi. The mockery was spontaneous on the neighbors' lips. The mischievous folk of the village took pleasure in making fun. There goes the dwarf eating rice. There goes the pea going for a walk. To cut a long story short, I will simply say that at some point Issamboshi became unbearable to his parents, a living shame for the couple, without present honor, without anyone seeing a possible use for him in the future. One day, the old people, though it pained them, decided to send him away, abandon him to his fate. The boy was called before his father, who explained the reasons for his decision and gestured towards the street. "Yes, Dad," he replied, resigned and obedient, "but please give me a needle from those my mother uses to sew her kimonos." The father asked for what, and it was answered that he should use it as a sword very suitable for his size. Then he asked his mother for a wooden bowl, one of those used to serve soup at meals, and an additional one of those chopsticks called hashish, about a palm long, which replaced the fork and spoon on a Japanese table. He inquired again for what, and it was explained that for the long journey he was about to embark on, the bowl would be his ship, the hashish his oar, everything proportioned to his size, with the tools he had managed to obtain from the generosity of his parents. Issamboshi bowed respectfully and left home. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Mori's needle, placing this on the tape, like a katana with a straw for a sheath. What to do? Where to go? The Adogawa River, the vast and muddy river that originates from the famous Biawa Lake, flows past Kyoto, passes through Naniwa, and eventually loses itself in the ocean. What to do? Where to go? To go to Kyoto, thought the tiny fellow to himself, to the capital of the empire, which was not yet Tokyo, to the residence of the sovereign, where surely many curious things are to be seen. And he set off. It would be impossible to relate the perils of the journey, the 1,000 dangers faced by that minuscule boat, which a single orange peel floating on the water's surface could already pose a risk of shipwreck. Issamboshi asked the fisherman the way to Kyoto. When the wind freshened, he sought shelter near the pier of the little bridges spanning the river. During dark nights, or when fatigue overwhelmed him, he beached his boat among the mud and aquatic plants, and thus, after more than 30 days of struggle, he arrived one morning at the famous capital of the land of the rising sun. Figure he stepped onto dry land, swaying, relishing the solid ground, the murmur of the crowd, the smell of the taverns, as truly happens to sailors after long days at sea, weary of swinging, isolated salt meat and biscuits. Issamboshi, not much bigger than a scarab, when unnoticed among the many passers-by, he was thus able to escape teasing comments and stroll tranquilly through the city streets, marveling at the grand sights his keen eyes encountered. Finally, he drew near to the most luxurious residence his eyes had ever beheld. It was there that lived a great man, Prince Sanjo no Seish, the first minister to the sovereign's court. Issamboshi resolutely entered the vast courtyard and informed the servants that he wished to speak with the lord of this domain. A comical incident then occurred. His Highness was very close by and came to the door, attracted by sweet voice of the visitor. However, as no one else noticed him, he withdrew, muttering that he had sworn there would be a stranger conversing with the servants. But a final searching glance revealed behind his clogs the curious figure we know. "Oh," exclaimed Issamboshi. You were you, tiny creature who just now uttered my name. The boy politely assured that it was so, that he himself was the one. And what do you want then? Issamboshi explained his origins, his titles, and his dire circumstances, and concluded by begging for shelter and to be admitted to his service. Very well, responded His Highness after a brief reflection. You are undoubtedly the smallest man that has appeared in this world, and your story one of the most moving I know. I do not wish to lose the chance to possess such courtesy while at the same time performing a noble act by protecting you. Figure, although of humble stature, the little gentleman proved himself useful in everything he was occupied with. In no time he became beloved by the family, a toy and a favorite pastime to kill boredom, which no one is free from, least of all the rich, always idle in their palatial homes. Koharu, the daughter of the noble, the most gentle maiden of Kyoto, which is the land of the gentlest women of the entire empire, especially bestowed her sympathies upon him, imposing upon him a sweet duty to accompany her everywhere she went, like a wise rat that followed its mistress on her walks. Figure between them the beautiful Muzumi and the little person, graceful scenes unfolded, the most touching imaginable, if they are imaginables. It was a sight to behold him, always dressed as a warrior, in exquisite silk clothes that she embroidered and soothed with her own skilled fingers, denying his favorite doll's affection, and Issamboshi, very much attuned to his page role, never letting go of his sword at his waist, assumed such marching airs, so arrogant and presumptuous that people couldn't help but laugh upon seeing him. If it rained or the excursion extended, Koharu would take her small companion in her snow, white hands, hugging him to her collarbone or warming him with her breast. Issamboshi, one might well believe, had a heart like every human being, though reduced to the size of an angel's pinhead, but it pulsed with gratitude and tenderness. That companionship enslaved his soul. Immense devotion, infinite zeal, a constant desire to please his noble mistress, such were the dominant feelings in the little creature's mind. His deformity allowed him delicacies denied to others. Oh, the psychological mystery of all lovers in this world. How many of you who read these lines will envy Issamboshi's fortune? On one warm August night, Koharu took pleasure in sprawling out on the grass in the gardens, and Issamboshi, also overcome by fatigue, rested and fell asleep on one of his mistress' bare feet as if it were a marble bed. Once a petal from the young woman's fresh mouth fell by accident. Her teeth played with it. Issamboshi ate it for an entire day. He did not touch any other food, claiming that was all he needed. One day, Koharu went to the Kiyomeze. No, Kwannon Temple Kwannon is the Buddhist goddess of compassion, to practice her devotions, as she always did. The dwarf accompanied her, of course. On their way back, as they descended the last step of the wide staircase leading to the temple, two demons suddenly emerged from nearby boats, terrifying in appearance, gigantic and colossal, intent on abducting the beautiful pilgrim without hesitation. Koharu broke down and into tears and almost fainted. As Issamboshi drew his sword from its sheath and needle that his mother had given him, took a stance in front of the demons, and roared at them, "Dare you, brave ones who commit the grave offense of disturbing Princess Sanjaju's peaceful walks? Know this, if one of you dares lay a hand on her, I shall be your undoing with just one strike." Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moras. He touched me. Then it must be so. As sure as I am Issamboshi, this sword will tear your entrails. The devils are said to have burst into laughter, showing their teeth, and one of them, the most loquacious, responded with a thunderous voice that made the birds take flight within 5 lee geese. Calm your fury, insignificant insect. Don't you see that fighting against us is only your undoing? To cut short our arguments and spare you any more trouble, come and see what I do to you. He picked him up from the ground with great care, using the tips of his fingers, and swallowed him. Figure it seemed like Koharu had lost her last hope of saving herself. She was mistaken. In the depths of darkness, slipping down the monster's slippery throat and piercing its enormous belly, the tiny dwarf held the sword in both hands and began to stab randomly, first forward, then to the right, then to the left into the stomach, the chasm, the intestines. The devil suddenly felt a sharp discomfort, endured excruciating pains, vomited up his dinner, and Issamboshi reappeared in the light of day. The other monster tried the same trick, devouring the pygmies. This time Issamboshi climbed onto its nose into the bloody and hairy cavities, and resumed sword fighting, causing such intense itching the devil sneezed, allowing himself to be carried off by the air. It was then that the demons, filled with terror, realizing they were facing an extraordinary being, albeit one of so despicable an appearance, they took flight. Now the hero attends to calming the distressed lady, convinces her of the absence of danger, and shows her it's time to head to the palace, where her father is surely waiting anxiously. Koharu will depart. Before leaving, she expresses her profound gratitude to the page, promising to tell her family about what happened so that they can bestow just rewards upon her grateful savior. They set off. Not far from there, Koharu comes across an object abandoned on the path, a tiny, miraculous hammer used by demons and gods, definitely left behind by the monsters in their haste to escape. She picks it up hastily. Her companion asks what that was, upon her explaining that brandishing it would make her wishes come true, and if she had any desires herself, to share them with him so they could be immediately fulfilled. Issamboshi rose with intense emotion and hope. Higher! 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 Koharu doesn't understand what he means. She then explains more elaborately that she wants his height to grow in size, to become a man like all the men of this world. The miracle occurs at her gesture. Issamboshi suddenly attains regular proportions, becoming a handsome young man next to the princess. Anyone looking at that pair would say they were made for each other. Figure they arrive at the palace. Admiration was great, but I don't know what received more comments, the princess's adventures, crowned with such a happy ending, or the miracle of the hammer on Issamboshi's person. Right there, his life underwent a significant change. The name and its reward, A Tale of Moraes, the name, for an apt moniker, bore the marks of a noble protector's 1,000 rewards, and later, from the sovereign, abundant honours. He ascended to the highest public offices, but the sweetest reward was becoming the beloved husband of Koharu, whom he loved deeply since the first day he laid eyes on her. Kobe, March 1902. The fisher Urashima a tale to Joachim Costa. In distant times, in a small fishing village on Japan's coast named Urashima, lived a young fisherman named Urashima. He was known for his kind heart and exceptional skills in line and net fishing. Not much else was said of him, but the compliment was significant. One fine day, he set out to fish alone in his boat. What did Urashima catch this time? Oh, fate smiled upon him. He caught a massive turtle with thick, tough shell, a rough head, revealing its great age. It is known that turtles live for many years. They can even live 1,000 years in Japan. It was an opulent meal that chance offered the humble fisherman, who wasn't particularly picky about food. It included dinner, supper, and lunch, plus the profit from the turtle's shell. He pondered the cruelty of depriving that creature, destined by fate to enjoy existence for countless generations within human history, of its long life. He remembered his mother, the wise old woman who had often taught him to be kind to helpless brutes. So he let go of the catch in a grand gesture of kindness, and the turtle, without any injury, plunged back into the water and disappeared from sight. A hot summer's day, it was an unbearably hot day, one of those August days filled with peace, light, and torpid currents. The village lay still during siesta time, lulled into a state of near annihilation. Only the trees were alive, with cicadas singing frantically, driven by their lust for love. Fieldwork had ceased, and in the open shacks bodies lay naked, resting asleep, bathed in sweat. Urashima, too, exhausted from the heat, released his oars and lines, and leaned against the bench and fell asleep. Suddenly a feminine figure emerged from the water, enchanting. An episode that local tradition has preserved until today can now be imagined. Upon deck of the boat sat this figure, a delightful fairy with magical powers, draped in carmine robes, her hair loose to the breeze, crowned with a golden diadem, a mark of princesses. She stretched out her snow-white arm towards the sleeping Urashima, touched his forehead gently with her delicate fingers, and whispered softly, "Wake up, Urashima, listen to me. I will tell you who I am. I am the daughter of the vast ocean's god, residing with my father in the dragon palace within the waves. The turtle that you recently caught and returned to freedom was me. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes. My father imposed on me a disguise, so that I could thoroughly study your feelings by his command and my personal pleasure. I shall be your wife if you wish. We will live for 1,000 years together, always young, always happy, in the palace of the dragon, under the blue waters." They both set sail across the sea. Urashima wields the oar of the ship, handles it with determination, giving it maybe not Herculean strength to reach its destination. The princess rests her frail hands on the other oar and smiles at her companion as they row. And they keep rowing without fatigue breaking them until finally the boat reaches the desired port, and already from a distance the palace takes shape in arches, in climbing vines, in cut-out viewpoints. What charm! What a miracle! Even fantasy would not have dared to imagine such treasures. The palace walls are made of coral lace. The trees in the garden have leaves of emeralds, and they bear pearls and rubies. The scales of the fish are silver, their eyes diamonds, and the tails of the dragons finely engraved gold. Then all the creatures of the ocean come ashore dressed in ceremonial kimonos and greet the traveling bride and groom. After exchanging greetings and laudatory speeches, as etiquette dictates in such cases, the princess, followed by her court, enters the palace. Garazes red birds and Tonin has small fish hold up the train of her dress. She rests on soft mats of impeccable cleanliness, the white plants of her delicious feet. She relaxes in a hall that pleases her most, by the delight of its decorations and the landscape visible from it, and offers a place to her companion. Turtles, fish, lobsters, dragons, and finally jubilant slaves all prostrate themselves before the princess, and on bended knees with flippered offerings. She begins serving white rice in precious cups, liquors, fruits, delicacies. Urashima is ecstatic before what belongs to him, truly his, since it is his wife's. They live like this for 3 years, always together, always happy without ennui or clouds of sadness in the sky of their love. Sometimes in the peacefulness of the mat, in the rapture of intertwined hands, of humid eyes that meet, of secret words exchanged, of enamored souls given to each other, sometimes exploring the mysteries of the ocean on slow excursions through the forests of traveling seaweed, where aquatic life, plants and animals multiply into wonders no one is allowed to know, or on long walks through the gardens where trees do not cease to dress themselves in emerald branches, bending to the swaying of pearls and rubies. 3 years have passed. One day, however, Urashima approaches his wife and tells her something like this. He adores her and feels blessed, but a desire grows within him to go see his village, his old father, his sweet mother, his brothers, his old workmates. He promises to return after a short visit. Then, for the first time, without a doubt, a slight cloud of sadness, a vague feeling of poignant discomfort troubled the serene gaze of the princess. Said, "Woe to you, Urashima. Woe to your desire. It grieves me deeply as I envision the risks you will face. Take this small chest with you. It contains something that belongs to you. Keep it as a memento from one who holds you dear. But never open it, for if you do, you shall be lost and never return to this mansion of our love." And she departed, touching shore in her homeland. Figure something peculiar had transpired during Urashima's absence. Where was his village? Where stood the hut of his parents? The same golden beach, the weathered cliffs, the overlapping hills. They appeared just as he left them, in the cold, unwavering immutability of things. Yet the settlements looked different. Fields had changed. Trees that once provided shelter and shade now stood as dry trunks, some no more than memories, while others grew elsewhere, casting new shadows, bearing different fruits. Where his village once stood, a pine forest now grew. He recognized the creek that meandered near his home even now. Crystal clear water flowed and whispered just as it had before. But it was deserted without the playful group of Musume's women who used to go there to wash their clothes, including his 3 sisters, their kimonos folded, bare legs and arms, laughing and chatting with one another. 2 figures walked along the beach. Urashima caught up to them and asked, "Good day. Could you please tell me where the Urashima family's home is now?" They thought, conferred, scratched their heads, trying to recall. Urashima. Urashima, the fisherman. How peculiar that you ask. It has been at least 400 years since he drowned while fishing in his boat. He never returned. His father, mother, siblings, and even their children are all buried far away. Long ago, the hut you seek has rotted away before our grandparents were born. Not a trace of it remains. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning in the dark, an idea illuminated Urashima's mind. He realized he had returned to his homeland, placing his bare feet on the beach of his beloved village, retracing the curves of the landscape etched into his memory for so many years. The palace of the sea god in the depths of the waves, with its coral, its coal lace walls, emerald-leafed orchards, pearls and rubies fruits, silver-scaled fish with brilliant eyes, and golden-tailed dragons. It did not belong to this earth. It was from a realm of wonders governed by enchantment laws. One day in its time, it equated to many of our years, and so, without Urashima's knowledge, centuries had passed over the land, killing, destroying, transforming, carrying. Here is the translation of the text, preserving the name Moraes as things and individuals to fate, to annihilation, to dust, to nothingness. New aspects and new beings emerge from the ruins. The old fisherman felt the chill of his loneliness, and the anachronistic disparity of his situation filled him with an indescribable sense of oppression, anguish, and fear. Homeland. Yes, the same inert sand and granite monsters, nothing else. Village, friends, familiar sights from his youth. Nothing remained, other villages, other scenes, other people. And for this place, the name Urashima had already entered the legend. Nothing captivated him about that land. The desire to flee, to return to the splendor of his palace, suddenly overwhelmed him, a dominant urge. The image of the prince's 1,000 graces multiplied his desire to forever leave the soil where he was born. He cast a final glance at the cemetery, now even more vast and teeming with visitors, and he was about to depart, leaving the dead village in peace. But then he remembered to open the chest he had received from the princess. Why? Perhaps impulsiveness or some sinister temptation that has so often led men astray from the open chest, which contained nothing less than the essence of the long years past, and at the same time deducted from Urashima's existence, a faint cloud of white escaped and floated into space. Called to reason and the feeling of disobedience he had committed and the fear of disaster, Urashima ran after that cloud, delirious, and shouted for it to stop. It was too late. Suddenly, his hair and beard turned as white as linen. Wrinkles creased his face, his skin cracked, bones broke through, his back arched into a bow. He saw himself as a biotic being, countless times older, like a skeleton on vacation, fled from the tomb, air and light escaped from him, he fell, disintegrated into dust, nothingness. Index, the butterflies, the jackal, New Year, a spring, Nilgio white, horse of Nanko, the first ant, devils, and the old Pan man, Chen cartooning in Japan, 2 Japanese cemeteries, the mirror of Matsuyama, lovers, cat painter, quick impression, Issamboshi, Urashi. Urashima, the fisherman publisher, widow Tevez, Cardoso, address 5, Cam is square, Lisbon book list 1905 Pi parliamentary session, the question of tobacco by Joao Costa, 1 volume, 800 res. The Street of Gold, a Lisbon romance by Alfredo Mesquita, 1 volume, 600 res. Mail forwarded letters to everyone by João Chagas, 1 volume, 600 res. A maritime epic in Brazil, a historical novel of the present day, illustrated with 50 photogravures by Eduardo de Noronha. 1 vol 800 ras. A Vermeer Romance of Primitive Times, translated from J.H. Rosny by Candido de Figueiredo, 1 vol 300 Restauranos Rayo to Portuguese, Women, 1 volume, 600 notes of kings, princes, and other foreign characters extracted, compiled, and prefaced by Faustino de Fonseca, 1 volume, 500 as Joaquim de Araujo on Frei Luís de Souza by Garrett. Notes of a preface by T. Braga, 1 illustrated volume, 400 ras. Virgin Land, an original novel by Sao Porto, 1 volume, 800 ras. The Book of a Journalist, Science, Politics, Morality, Religion, coordinated and annotated by Zuzat de Mendonça. 1 volume, 500 ras. The Joyful Songs of the North by Alberto Pimentel. 1v, 600 ras. Notice 1. 1a naval officer who died on October 25th, 1902. He was alive when the author dedicated this chapter to him. 2. The illustrations for this story are original by Woyud. Corrected errors. Original correction. Nestas Wisic Whisky Diffus Dissis Fosinhos Nostalgicos Fostalgicos Offerco Tempelos Entrase Entras Diabolicum and Conscientientia Verla Hasemeras. Answers in ka lava and kaklava kul ko quackwell sa rani durtanti asio palasire fabulosus. Ondis fundis in kava famas fac la some kansi saiten red etin. Corrected errors. Original correction. Nestas wisik whiskey diffus dissis fosin host nostalgicos. Fostalgicos offerco tempelos entrase entras diabolicum and conscientientia verla hasemeras. Answers in ka lava and kaklava kul ko quackwell sa rani durtanti asio palasire fabulosus. Ondis fundis in kava famas fac la some kansi saiten red eti.